Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. This is a microphone check. Testing 1 2. Welcome, everybody, to CouchWarrior TV, live stream Building with Billy, Fallout 4. All right. Tonight is just about some casual building. And again, this is the third Building with Billy live stream I've done. And the objective of these live streams is to build some set pieces that I'm going to use in the St. Billy story. So all the building that I do for the story, I do off camera in live streams. I don't incorporate most of my building into the story itself. Otherwise, that would just extend the story by hours and hours and hours, and it would be kind of meaningless building. So I do it in this live stream series, some of which gets published, most of which I haven't published. So if you are here tonight, I thank you so much for joining me, and we are going to get started. Now, the building that we need to do tonight is not anywhere near the area that we are currently in, so we're going to have to get there. So let's do that. I'm going to turn off Billy's radio for the moment. Okay. So we got to get to the spot. Let's have a look-see. If we look on our map, well, we are currently in the city or township of Malden, and we need to get down here to Charlestown. We're going to be building in Charlestown. So I think we'll probably just hoof it overland here. I got to get my bearings first. I'm pretty sure if my landmarks make sense, this direction is going to be south. So we're going to get to that spot. We're going to build some stuff. And have some fun along the way, hopefully. I do have my chat window up, so I am going to do my best to monitor chat. I don't know if Katie's going to be joining us tonight or not. Sometimes she is around also to help with questions and things that might pop up in chat. So, yeah. Okay, so we got to hug the shoreline here. We can do that. This will get us where we need to go. So just as a point of reference, in the St. Billy story, Billy has come to the conclusion that one of the best things that he can do for the Commonwealth is to provide pure drinking water. So in the context of our story, Billy is attempting to purify as much water as he can and is giving it away. But as part of his strategy for protecting his water purification system, I guess, or network, is rather than putting everything in a single location, he's building a series of small water purification I guess, I don't know what you'd call them, bases, I guess, water purification bases or facilities or whatever. He's trying to spread them out across the Commonwealth so that if he loses one to an attack or sabotage or something like that, that he's got the others, rather than concentrating all of his efforts in one place he has spread the effort out. And if you've watched past live streams, you know that we already have one purification station constructed. And this one would be number 2. So, and I've got a spot scoped out already that I think works well with the story I'm trying to tell here. Hello. Good job. Wow. We're not going to get involved in anything. This is not a... I'm not trying to tell a story tonight. I'm trying to focus on getting the things built that I need to get built in order to advance the story. All right. What do we got here? Oh. Oh, yeah. I think they're getting attacked by Mirelurks. That's perfect. As long as we don't get attacked by them. Oh. Stuck. Stuck.
Don't you die on me!
Okay, let's sneak around this way. Just so there's no confusion, I'm rolling in God mode right now, because I just need to get from point A to point B, so I'm focusing on... Doesn't mean that we can't have some fun with these fuckers, though. Oh, that was an interesting death spasm. Thank you for joining me tonight, all 6 of you. No, wait. I count as one of those, so all 5 of you. And thank you to myself for joining. I have noticed that when it comes to regulars on my live streams, that I am by far the most reliable attendee. And, you know, I hate to brag and all that, but I never miss one of my live streams. So, just saying. Let's see. Let's go this way. You know what Fallout 4 needs? It needs more walk speed mods. I have a walk speed mod that is still too slow for my taste. You know? It's like I'm boxed in here. Yeah, it's all right, but I can never seem to strike the right balance when it comes to walk speed. Okay, we have made it roughly to the area we need to be for my crazy building plan to work. Okay. So here's the plan, ladies and gentlemen. Part of the fun of this for me is figuring out how to build these remote water purification stations and do it in such a way that they are kind of hidden. Like, you know, they're in locations that are either safe from enemies or are preferably completely hidden. So there's water pumping going on and purification going on, but the enemy doesn't even know it's going on right under their nose. So Most of the systems that I have plans to build because of that requirement, I'm never really going to be able to run more than a couple purifiers at any given time. Otherwise, they would have, such a large footprint that I wouldn't be able to hide them. So this one we're actually going to be hiding under a bridge. The first one that I built is kind of it's on the Boston waterfront, and I found an old boathouse that I was able to extend and create a slight extension on the boathouse itself that matched very well with the architecture of the boathouse, so that it actually looked like it was part of the original structure, and that was the way that I hid that one. And then I also modified the building so that there was no way to get in and out unless you actually knew the way in and out, right? Which I obviously do. So, hidden entrances and shit like that are pretty cool. I like that. Okay, we got a couple ferals there. So, but in order to get to the location that I want to get to, I have to go pretty far off the beaten path here to access this area. And I'm going to have to... I need to jog my memory a little bit here about where my access point is. This one in particular I liked because getting access to the pumping station itself is just like so convoluted. Like you really have to kind of go out of your way. Okay. You poor bastard. Picked on a dude in God mode, man.
This is bullshit.
Where is it? I think I need to get around to the other side. I see where I need to be, but I'm not super duper sure how to get there. I think I may have passed up my entrance. This seems better, maybe. A couple losers down there. So I'm looking for an elevator. Oh, these are out of order, so maybe down below me is open.
Nothing there now. What do you think?
Hello, Mr. Clifton. Good day, Mr. Clifton. Die, raiders. Oh, I popped your head. Not scared? Get scared. Okay. So, we're going to take an elevator. An elevator. Gotta take a freaking elevator to get to where we're going to. So yeah, as I said, this build location, the route to get there is a bit convoluted, but that's how I like it. If you've seen any of my videos and seen the route that Billy has to plot out just to get into his own house, it gets pretty bananas. Okay, so this is like an old kind of shopping area. Once you get up here to, I don't know, it's the 4th or 5th floor, you have access to this overpass. And this is where we get started. First, I got to get to my build location, which is pretty close by. Now, the path that I'm following now, I'm not sure, but
Unidentified intruder detected.
I think that
Search.
perhaps, because there's a couple lifts up here, right? You have to, once you get up here, you can find a lift that will take you up and then across the upper deck and then down again on the other side of a big gap. I'm not sure, but this may be part of a railroad route or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't hit that part of the story yet, of the Fallout experience. I haven't experienced any of the railroad stuff yet, so I'm not too concerned about it. Those actually work to my advantage here. So this is the build spot. So to get started, we're going to set up a campsite here. Again, I'm using Chesko's Conquest mod. So setting up the campsite's really more or less just a means to an end here. What? Okay. Okay. Because what I really want is... I want to... God, my microphone's giving me shit. I want to set up a workbench. All right, so what am I going to call this one? Chesko's mod gives us a finite number of options or finite number of camps that we can build, and he's got them kind of all pre-named. So you're kind of stuck with the names he's got here. Wharton, Temesky Outpost, Creets, Garwood, Ferrani, and Dunn. I've built 2 outposts so far, and I have a third one deployed temporarily as part of my current storyline. I'm going to call this one Ferrani. All right. So here's the plan. I'm going to build a pumping station that hangs off the bottom of this bridge. And I'm going to run my power down one of the bridge pylons all the way to the river. And then I'm going to have a couple of remote purifiers located right down there. You can see where all that nasty algae and stuff is going on down there. There's going to be a couple purifiers down there tucked up against the side of the bridge pylon. But the generator and a little safe house are going to be suspended from the bottom of the bridge, and then we're going to create a kind of concealed way to get in and out of this deal. So for now, I'm going to leave my workbench here, but once we've got someplace kind of built out, I will move the workbench and put it actually inside the outpost. That is the plan, anyway. So, firstly, let's do this. Go to build mode, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off clipping or collision because I need to go through here. And in order to get this to work like I need it to, I have to get my first piece lined up how I want it. And we talked about this before. I mean, last time I built stuff, I think this whole lining up of the first piece is why people started giving me shit about being a diva. That's right. I'm a diva. I'll admit it. Happy to admit it. Okay, now, one of the problems here is in order to really get going, I've got to construct some platforms to work on so that I can get out of that non-collision mode, because it'll screw with your ability to move certain things. So what I'm going to do is just kind of build a temporary catwalk here that I can use to get my shit organized. Ooh, I don't really like that. See, there's the diva. Even my temporary shit I gotta have lined up. But yeah, the whole diva thing was a big joke the last time I did one of these, because I was never satisfied with how anything was working out, so I was doing it over and over and over, to the point where it I think Katie actually built a custom emoticon on our Discord server that was called Stu the Diva or something like that, and it actually had me wearing a feather boa and all that business. I wonder, do I want to start here? I don't think I do. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start down here, because I don't need to run this pipe for very long, and you may be wondering what the hell I'm doing running a pipe in the first place, and I will explain that shortly. But with everything you build, I mean, when at all possible, you always want to try to use the snapping feature to get things lined up. So provided that I get the very first piece of whatever it is I'm building successfully lined up, then I don't have to sweat it later. You know what I mean? Like, stuff will just kind of work. So that's why I get a bit obsessive. Okay. Yo, in the comments, I subscribe to content I like. That's what I subscribe to. I don't subscribe on request. I don't subscribe for trades. I subscribe to content I like. That is the rule. Okay? So, I spent 4.5, 5 years building my channel, one subscriber at a time. And, you know, there's no easy way. So that's, fortunately, that's how I do it. So, let's do that. Okay. So I got a pipe here, obviously. And part of what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to make this structure look like it was part of the original architecture. This is part of my strategy for hiding the entrance, if you will. Okay. Okay, so what I've done here is I've basically just constructed what looks like a pipe that was designed to run underneath the freeway, and that kind of broke off here when this section collapsed. That's the idea. And this pipe is going to function as part of the entrance into this thing. So, but I'm using it as kind of a reference point here. Now I'm going to start trying to line things up based on this. What? Don't do that. Don't be stupid. Okay. So, yeah, thanks, Amads. I hunted far and wide. I have so far in my test game, I have built, I think, a total of 5 remote pumping stations, and each one of them is hidden. And so far, this is one of my favorites. I was really working hard trying to find a location down below here. You can see where I'm looking down at these buildings below. I ran all over that place looking for a good spot, and I just couldn't find anything that made sense. And then I looked straight up over my head, and I thought, what the hell? Like, what if I hung something off the bottom of that overpass? Even if the enemy did figure out it was there, they could never get to it. They certainly couldn't, unless they had a very powerful rifle. They couldn't even take reasonable shots at me from from down there. So that was kind of the strategy. Okay, so I need to drop a little bit lower. Okay. Now this part is going to take some just kind of messing around to get things lined up. I'm going to put the basic pieces in place, but I will definitely be going back to realign them later once I get things kind of situated with my walkway and all that stuff, because ultimately I need to make sure that whatever walkway I build comes down and successfully connects with what I'm building here. So I'll have to make some adjustments. It's kind of a chicken and egg thing. What am I going to build first? But so I'm going to do this primarily with steel, and my plan is to kind of use this sort of open style piece here, just because it gives me more flexibility. I put the walls on myself, so I can decide where there's going to be a full wall, where there's going to be a half wall, where I'm going to run cables, all that kind of stuff. So ultimately, this pylon right here that we see right here is super important, because that's where I'm going to run power. It's at the base of that pylon that we're going to find our purification system. So my generator's got to be in a position to conveniently access that. So I'm just going to put one of these here. And just for shits and giggles, I will put another one on there like that. Okay, I'm going to turn collision off again just so I can get up in here. Okay. So I'm feeling okay about that so far. Now the main thing is that I need to start scoping out where my walkway is going to run. And my walkway has got to be at a height that is somewhat convenient to, there are some issues here that I encountered before where my walkway was too close to the bottom of the bridge, and even in stealth mode, I was not able to crouch low enough, so then I had to make a whole bunch of adjustments and crap like that. I don't doubt that that's probably going to happen again, but that's okay. I mean, this stuff requires some tweaking to get it right. The other thing, too, is I like to build stuff in a way that kind of looks realistic. So the walkway, for example, I mean, it doesn't make sense that it would just be sitting here like this. It needs to look like it's suspended in some way. So I've got a method for doing that that utilizes conduit to make it look like it's suspended from the bridge above, and it is putsy work because it's just slow going to get everything to line up nicely. But it's totally worth it because it looks pretty convincing once you're done with it. Okay. Now we've got a real walkway to work with here. And I sort of feel like it's kind of lining up pretty good at this point. Let's see. We can eyeball it. Yeah, look at that. Now, it's a little bit lower than I would like. So what I might do is I might put a little ramp in here so that it ascends a little bit and hugs the bottom of the pipe a little bit closer. But I got to be aware of where I'm doing it. So I think here is probably the right spot. So we're going to take one of these guys out. And that may be a little bit higher than I want to go. So we got a smaller piece. We got a half-size ramp in the same style we can use right here. So let's do that, shall we? Well, goddamn, look at that. It's going to work. So, now I should be able to repurpose these guys. Okay. Okay, that's pretty good. So basically what'll happen is Billy will have to find a way to navigate up on top of the bridge deck here. And he can get up here from either side. It's dangerous on both sides because there's bands of super mutants that are on either side of the damn thing. But, you know, once you get up here, then you just find the gap, you find the broken pipe, jump down on the broken pipe, and that will get you to the catwalk. And once you're on the catwalk, you're home free. Now, obviously, we don't have sufficient jump height and that kind of shit to get back up onto the pipe and exit the same way we entered. So there has to be an alternate method for actually getting back up on top of the bridge deck. And I've got that sorted as well. That is a bit more complicated to build. I tried a number of different things, including a couple of mods to do that, and it didn't really work out like I'd hoped. The mod that I had picked, I couldn't get it to function like I needed it to function, and so I had to abandon that idea and go with something that was a bit more clunky than what I wanted. But so at this point, see, I'm able to jump down onto the pipe. Now I may have to extend this pipe a little bit longer, but then the goal would be to drop from the pipe onto the catwalk, and then you're under the bridge. And what I like about this is all the vines and stuff hanging down under here also serve to obstruct people's view of this thing. So if you look at it from this side, anybody who's trying to scope out what is going on under this bridge from the road down there is going to be hard-pressed to figure it out, because most of it is concealed by bridge supports, and then the bottom half of it here is concealed by vines. So that actually worked out pretty awesome. I like that a lot. Okay, so let's get back into build mode. Actually, wait, before we do that, I'm going to need some more light. Good to see you, Katie. Good to see you, Gail. Welcome, everybody. All right. I'm going to, I think, get rid of these. Okay. Now, I think I have to extend this pipe just a little bit. Otherwise, I might not be able to clear that mess of rebar there. So there's a shorter pipe section available in this set. If I can find it. There it is, like that. So we'll put that on there. And we'll take our broken end piece and put that on there. Okay. Now that should give me what I need. See, like, we're directly underneath the pipe. So to keep from dropping off the pipe and falling to our deaths below, we're going to need to add a little something something on here. I really want to try and keep it. I wonder. What if I don't do it that way? What if we just slide our whole deck over a little bit? We just move the whole catwalk over this way one. I think that makes more sense. What? Okay. Okay. Now we're cooking. Why? Why do you do that? Okay. Nope. Yes. Okay. Nope. Nope, it's messing with me. Sometimes snapping is your friend. Sometimes snapping is not your friend. Okay, I might have to... Let's do a little test. Toggle clipping off. Then back on again. Is it on or is it off? On, off. There. Okay. You go away. Okay. So. Oh. Okay. If we get down here on this broken pipe, from this point, yeah, that alignment will work pretty good. I just need to extend the catwalk by maybe another half a section so I can drop onto it. That'll be interesting. Having it be a little bit dangerous, I think, is okay. I think it's okay. So what I'm going to do is I'll extend this catwalk, then we'll go back. We'll go back to the little main room that I built. I'll pop a chair in there, and we'll just wait until we've got daylight so everybody can see better. But since I'm already here, let's get this done first. So what's kind of fun here is we'll get this built, and then we'll go down to street level, and we'll take a look up and see what we can see, like how visible it is. The way it's going so far, I think it's going to be actually a lot less visible than the test run I did here. So I think it's going to be even better than the first time I attempted it. All right. Boom. All right. Let's have ourselves a little wait, shall we? That'll work. All right. All right, we did it. Successfully waited. It's probably the first thing I've done successfully in this game. Wait. All right. I don't believe I am encumbered. Let's take those out of there. That's a little bit better. Now, we're not taking the goggles off because you can't do construction without your safety glasses on. You understand? You're liable to poke your eye out or some shit like that. It's the last thing we need. Okay. So we got the basics in place here. Now, the trick is making me walkway appear to be suspended from the bottom of the bridge, which, I'll be honest, it's pain in the ass. And now that I'm looking at it, this is pretty close to the bottom of the bridge deck, but this section here is not close enough. So to make sure we save ourselves some hassles, I am going to increase the length of this ramp so we get a little bit more height. Because I think at the height I'm at right now, I don't think the pieces that I'm going to use for supports would even reach the bottom of the bridge deck. I think it would just be too high. So we'll fix that quick. So we'll go with a ramp that is a wee bit bigger. That's the one I want right there. Nope. What you doing? Oh yeah, it's definitely going to just snap to all the shit I don't want it to snap to. Okay, you go ahead and snap there. And you move that. There we go. Now, how's this? Ooh, that's pretty close, but that's better. The more I can get this to hug the bottom of the bridge deck, the harder it's going to be to see it from the ground, too, which is ultimately what I want. I want it to be as concealed as possible. And I think since we extended the bridge, the ramp, I mean, I should be able to use a different piece here to get the length I want. Oh, come on. Don't mess with me here. What are we doing? Okay, there we go. Let's have a look. Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, it comes out a little ways from that pipe. I mean, it's going to be an interesting jump to make sure we don't miss it entirely and plummet into the Charles River. So let's try and let's try it. Okay, normal travel speed here. Woo, okay. Yeah, that works. That will work. Okay. So now I think I can get rid of that garbage. So what I'm going to use for supports on this are power conduits, vertical power conduits. Okay, if you're not familiar with these, it's these bad boys right here. Okay, they actually, I forget. I'm not sure what DLC this is part of. The conduits are part of the DLC. However, the vertical conduits are not included in the DLC. The DLCs do not have any vertical conduits. If you want vertical conduits, there's a mod that you need to get that will give you vertical conduits and some other pieces that will allow you to do vertical conduits and wall-mounted outlets and, you know, all that kind of jazz. I got frustrated pretty quickly by the idea that I could only run conduit on floors and ceilings. It made no sense at all. Running conduit on the floor makes no sense to me whatsoever. The only place I can think of where a person might ever do that would be like in a manufacturing situation where you had areas of the production floor where you didn't need to have people walking or, you know, stuff like that. So you can kind of see how this works. Now, what I've done is I've turned snapping off for now. And then you kind of really got to get up close and just mess with it until it kind of looks like it's in place. Okay, now this is as high as it'll go. I've hit the bottom of the conduit right here. And that looks pretty good. I think it might still be a little bit short of the bottom of the bridge deck, but, I mean, it's got to look passable. It doesn't have to look perfect. Yeah, it's a little bit short. I mean, we would have been seriously short of the bottom of the bridge deck if we had gone with that other ramp. So, but here you can see these power conduits, these vertical switches and lights and connectors and all that stuff. That's part of the mod, and so it lets you run your conduit up walls and things like that, which is so much better in my view. Okay, so we know kind of where things need to line up now. So this one, we're just going to grab it. And basically what I'm going to do is to simulate supports, I'm going to put a set of these, not at every single joint, maybe every other. Well, I don't know. We'll have to see. Depends on how much of a diva I'm being tonight, right, Katie? If I'm being a huge diva, which I'm known for, I will probably do more. And it does bug me a little bit that those don't go all the way to the top, but they're so close. I could put an extension on the top of each one to make them reach with smaller pieces, and I'll probably go back and do that. But for now, I'm not too worried about that. That's diva stuff that I can do in my off time, right? Okay. So let's just get two of them in here. Just so everybody knows, I announced this when I first started the stream, but for those of you who weren't here yet, I'm building set pieces for my story. And so this is, we did a live stream where we built pumping station number 1, known as Lion Outpost. And now we are building pumping station number 2, which is known as Ferrani Outpost. All right. So that one is good. That did move, did it? Okay. And when I started the stream, Billy was all the way over in Malden, and we made our way over here, and now we're building. And I'm not exactly sure when this location is going to come into the story. I would say we're reasonably close. Although the way things have been going lately in the story, it's kind of slowed down a little bit only because Billy is hitting some adversity, and it's forcing him to slow down his travel, you know, and do things like spend time camped out in one spot trying to get enough ammunition so he can continue, you know? So you never know where the story is going to go. That wasn't part of my original plan, but when that scenario happened, when I found him in a situation where he was, you know, out of ammo and stuck in Malden, I thought, oh, that's perfect. That sounds like great kind of character adversity to build into a story. That's what makes stories compelling, is overcoming adversity. And then I think it also presents, you know, some other interesting opportunities. So we'll see how that goes. But this will definitely be, I think, the next pumping station in his plan. Okay, which... Yeah, none of these are going all the way to the top. I'm going to have to go and put little extenders on all of them. But the mod that I have running is going to make that putting extensions on them really easy, because those will snap in nicely. I won't have to fuss with those. These, I need to get them, you know, kind of lined up, sort of. Come on, you bastard. Oh, come on. You know you want to do this. Asking too much, apparently. I got to get closer so I can control the movement here. Does anybody have a problem with heights? Swear to God, there are some times when I get the butterflies in my stomach, you know, from games where there's lots of heights involved. Never played Mirror's Edge, but I'm guessing that's one that would have basically had me feeling like that all the time. You probably get desensitized to it after a while, but definitely some of that, you know, when playing Assassin's Creed and stuff like that, where some of those heights are just insane. It's kind of amazing how much games can mimic real life in strange ways like that. Now, the first time I attempted to do this, I failed to turn snapping off, which, oh my God, did it make this a pain in the ass. It was impossible to get anything working like I wanted it to, because it just was always, you know, constantly popping all over the place. Why are you moving too? Both of my pieces are moving. Why is that? Is the other one jacked up now? It is. Well, that's garbage. All right, I just need it to kind of line up in the middle of this one right there. Really? There we go. Only a couple more to go, people. But here, you get the idea, right? I mean, they really kind of look like they're suspended from the bridge deck, which to me makes all the difference in the world. Just makes it feel more interesting, more, I don't know, legit, so to speak. So I'm just going to try and get the last couple in place here. Then I'll probably do a little bit of a test. To make sure that I'm going to be able to add extensions on these like I want to, and that those extensions aren't going to pop out on the other side of the bridge deck, because that would be stupid too. Why is it? I don't know why it's doing that, but I'm not going to stress about it. I'll question it, but not stress. I shall calm my inner diva. Come on now. That's pretty good. Okay, how are we doing here? Okay, so let's see. As far as these extensions go, this little vertical conduit mod, the interesting thing about this is in the default game, they give you pieces like this, right? This is basically a joint or an intersection for conduit. And that's what it looks like. With the mod, it gives you these, and it allows you to assemble the pieces that you want very specifically by putting these caps on them. So that's pretty cool, because I should be able to use one of these guys and it'll snap, right? It was snapping a second ago. It wanted to. Oop, boop, boop. Like that. So let me turn the snappage back on. I think that's just going to make it a bit more sensitive. So I can just keep popping those little pieces on there like that until I get the height I need, which isn't so bad. You can see all of them are short. So I'll have to go back and do that on all of them. These actually might only need one piece to reach to the top. Okay. How about these? Yeah, this is actually faster than I thought with snapping. What I'm wondering is, now, will one of these snap on top of that? Which I don't really know. I don't know how I would extend these, or if this one is going to snap. Not sure. But as long as I'm reasonably close. Okay, let's put one of those on there. Now, because these connectors are designed to snap to like the conduit switch boxes and light boxes and stuff like that. I don't know that they're designed to snap together. So the other option, of course, is that, you know, where we've got longer spans, we could do this short conduit piece like that as well, which might be a better solution here. Let's see what that looks like. Oh yeah, that's way better. Okay. I think they would fit here too. Those. And they're embedding themselves right in the concrete, so I know that those are a suitable height, those two. I think these are a bit, probably a bit below. Yeah, they are. But we can extend those then with these pieces. All right. And then we'll put little caps on these guys too, which take them up to the concrete. Perfect. I think these were good, right? Yeah. We're kind of going right into the metal there. And these were good. And those. Okay. Well, that takes care of that then. So let's do a little test here. Turn that clipping off. Back on again. So, like I said, my goal is to kind of make it feel like it's a natural part of the bridge, because Billy is, you know, trying very hard to conceal the shit he's building from people who might want to take it or destroy it, right? So it's pretty obvious, I suppose, that something's up from this angle. But the people who are traveling along this bridge deck are going to this lift over here. So if you're coming along this way, even if you're looking over the edge here, it pretty much just looks like a broken pipe jutting out from the bottom of the bridge deck. And I think it's fairly reasonable to think that maybe some civic planner would run water piping across the bottom of a bridge deck for draining water off of the bridge deck, or, you know, who knows what. right? Who knows? It could be anything. Come on. It could be they could be piping Nuka-Cola across the bridge. Look at, here's one of our bridge supports sticking through right there. That's not too bad though. Given how much debris is on these bridges and shit. If that's all we got sticking through the bridge deck, that's not so bad, I think. It's hardly even noticeable, and it just looks like a chunk of debris or something like that. So, that right there. I don't see any other ones, so pretty good. Okay, so Billy is going to have to jump down on this pipe, and then he's going to have to very carefully get down on the catwalk. But now it's Fat City. That's right. Right into where we need to go. So, the next goal is let's see. I am not arguing with myself. I'm arguing with all of you. Every single one of you I'm arguing with. I'm belligerent. I'm crabby. And it's your fault. No, it's not. You are my dear viewers. Of course it's not your fault. How could it possibly be your fault? I need a generator. Now, part of the problem here is generator noise. So we're gonna position this thing first. Okay. And then we're going to take that into account, because if we go up through here, now I want to be listening, right? As I'm standing here, I'm directly over the top of that generator, and I can hear it through the bridge deck. I get here, I can't hear it. I guess more importantly is if I'm over here on this lift, I'm not hearing it at all. I can hear it from here. So when I did my test build, I tried a couple of different things to reduce the noise. But most of the solutions I came up with ended up compromising the whole setup in some other way. So I'm not going to worry about it too much, I think. I think we're just going to leave well enough alone. So the key now is get the generator in position so that we can start running our wiring. And this, I like to run conduit when I can, but this is one instance where conduit makes no sense. Primarily because I need my power to kind of hug the side of this pylon, and the pylon itself is curved. So running straight conduit down the pylon just doesn't work so hot. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of do this I think the classic way. I'm going to start out by popping one of those guys in there. And then this is kind of the putsy part. This is the somewhat pain in the ass part, because as much as I would like to just turn clipping off and do this, it doesn't work. Like I said, with clipping turned off, it sometimes jacks up your ability to position things or select things. So what I do is I just kind of use stairways and kind of make myself some scaffolding, I guess, for lack of a better term. Simple stuff that once I'm done building, I can take apart and haul back up with me, that kind of thing. So we're just going to go all the way down. And, you know, you get a sense for how high up we are by how many stairways it takes me just to get down to the water. So we made it down here. So let's go back up. Try not to fall off, because that would just be the worst. Okay. Oh, shit. Still got a long way to go yet. I thought I was there. I was not. So one of the things that I'm doing while I'm building this, and we talked about this a little bit last time when we built the last pumping station, was I'm trying to keep track of how many in-game days are passing while I'm doing this construction work. And then I'm taking those in-game days and I'm translating those into my story. So I'm saying in my story that, you know, it took Billy X number of days to finish his construction project. And that's what I'm using as a measure of the passage of time in game. So that's kind of how that's working. Okay. So we're going to continue on down the line like this. Billy is very much a Billy goat. I think I can go down one more level here. I don't know if that's where I need it or not, but we'll have a look. That's pretty good. I don't want too much space in between them. So we're getting closer to the bottom here, so at some point I'm going to have to split this off. Because we're going to run... The plan is to run two purifiers down here. Okay. So what I want to do is let's do right here. I'm going to put one on at an angle like that, and then we'll one down here like that. And so water purification systems in this game are kind of interesting. There's only two that are really relevant for us here, and this one is just too damn big. This works pretty good, and the way these are kind of set up, we can submerge a good percentage of the device can be submerged, which helps us, of course, hide it, because we want to conceal these. Oh, yeah. Giving me shit. Okay. And then the other thing that I think is kind of cool, like, is we can use debris from the side of the river. We can pull debris in here, and we can pile debris around to sort of further disguise it, right? But what I'm thinking here is I've positioned them in such a way, very intentionally, to be on this side of the pylon, because the river is actually flowing this direction. And what I wouldn't want is logs and debris floating downriver to ram into these devices and basically destroy them. So I'm thinking about, issues like that too when I'm considering my layout here. Okay, so we'll get that one hooked up. Ooh, am I too far? Can I reach it? I can't. Oh, there it is. Okay, we got those connected there to our branching conduit. And we want to get here. Okay, good deal. And so now we're just going to run our wiring on up there. Okay. So, on our way up, we can dismantle our rather sketchy scaffolding system. I just got to make sure I don't get ahead of myself here and fail to run the wires as I go. And then once we get up there, Billy will take a little break. He'll sit in his chair again, and we'll advance time. So we've got working in daylight again, which is always preferable. Okay. Up we go. Okay. Yeah, this gets interesting, but once you've got it all run, you don't have to worry about it again. I gotta check. Did I miss any scaffolding, or am I cleaning up my mess as I go? Yes, I am. Now what? Up we go. Look at Billy. Is such a good swimmer. He can swim. He can swim vertically. You got to admit, it's pretty impressive. I mean, come on. Pretty impressive indeed. He dives as well. You may have noticed. Upsies. Okay. Okay. Am I good? No, I'm not. There it is. Okay, how far did I make it? Okay. God. Almost there? Seriously? The shit I do for the Commonwealth, it's ridiculous. Okay. Okay, careful. Careful. Ah. Okay. Where are we at here? Oh. I believe we made it. Okay, so get rid of that. And that. Okay, now we can get a good look. So, yeah, I think we've taken care of it. All right, let's have a break, shall we? Okay, that's 2 full days of construction. 2 full in-game days of construction. So let's do another 12-hour wait. And then we'll start again in daylight. How's everybody doing out there? Billy Phelps. Ooh, I like it. I like it. If he didn't already have a last name, I would change it to Phelps. Okay. Now. Sorry. I'm eating my dinner. A slice of apple. Delicious red apples. I love them. Red apples. So. Now. We need to make sure this connection is unobstructed. And it is. All right. Now, our little water purification systems down there are happily pumping away, purifying water. This, we're going to move up. And the reason we're going to move that up is because I am going to put what? What am I going to put on there? I'm going to put a little half wall here, like so. Okay, and I'm going to do that because obviously I need an opening for my cabling to run through. I could fancify that a little bit later on if I want to do some pass-through conduit and stuff like that. But I'm not going to do that just yet. So the next thing I need is one of those guys there. There is going to be a door there. And then I'm just going to use half panels, I think, here to fill this part in. Like so. Okay, now I think I'm going to leave this part open. Let's do a test and see if is this big enough to fall through? I think it probably is, but I think the likelihood is rather small. So I'm not going to worry too much about that. Okay, so I think we're in pretty good shape now. I think we're actually at a point where we can relocate that workbench. So to do that, let's just turn off that clipping again, and up we go through the bridge deck. Turn it back on. Now, we got to grab this and somehow make our little jump. Oh, there we go. And we're going to stick this in the pump house here. Get it out of the way. Here, let's pull it in a little closer. Get easier to position this thing. And I can block off, I suppose, some of this, but that was kind of the point was to leave it open so that you could sort of look down there and see what was going on, if need be. I don't know if I'll leave it that way or not, but okay, so we got that in there. Now, some other cool shite that we can do here is I'm going to add some railings to our catwalk. There's some very specific ones that seem to work best here and actually match the style of the catwalk, so they look like they kind of belong there, I guess. So we'll put some of these guys on there. Not like that, however. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, here we go. That's what I need. One of those. Right? Come now. Another one of those. Look off in the distance there. You see that? You see that thing that looks like it's got, 4 legs sticking down into the ocean or whatever? Every time I see that, I'm reminded of those big monster robot things from The Incredibles. I expect to see it start walking. But it never does. Wouldn't that be cool if it did? It'd be like War of the Worlds, man. It'd be sweet. Okay. Diva Stew making railings. Yes. I think they are aesthetically pleasing, but at the same time, This is also affording me an opportunity to ensure that I don't plummet off the side and look like an ass. That would be most disturbing. Now that I think about it, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that door off, and we're just going to seal this side up. Okay? And we're going to extend our catwalk from this point to the location where I need to build my exit. The exit is probably, I feel like, one of the more challenging pieces of the whole build. Anyway, that's my opinion, for what it's worth. There you go. That's the stuff. How close am I to this? Okay, I can't build any further that way. So, yeah. Okay, my frame rate takes a dump when it starts raining like this. At least sometimes it does. So I think we're just going to ride it out. But I think we can do a little experiment as well, which would be to see if we have any difference, if we see any difference in the sound profile of our generator from the bridge deck if we finish our walls. Just curious. Oh, it's getting finicky. Finicky. Oh, you shitball. Where are you? Come here. Come here, you piece of... Okay. Let's take that. Go that way. Take our fancy chair. That way. Okay, you. Do my bidding. Not that way. It looks dumb. There we go. Nope. Okay, now let's get our generator back in position. All good still? Now, let us check here. We can activate our workbench. Go to transfer. Now, we don't have any water showing up in here yet. I don't know what the interval is, if it's like 24 hours or what. But we'll wait and see. So, the other thing that's cool here, I guess, is that by doing a window kind of a thing here, I've got a way that I can kind of look out there a little bit, but mostly it's about, you know, having a way to sort of vent the generator and, you know, all that business. So, and I like how this looks. I mean, once you put this together, I mean, it really looks like we used rivets to build right into the frickin' bridge girders and stuff. I mean, it's the bridge itself becomes part of the architecture, which I think is pretty neat. Okay. I think the weather is done. So, now we need to figure out how the hell Billy gets out of here. Like I said, we don't have the vertical jump required to get back on the pipe and go out the same way we came in. And just logically, it wouldn't make any freaking sense at all for us to create an exit that comes out on the same bridge deck that we came in on, right? That doesn't make any sense to me anyway. So we're gonna make an exit that allows us to ascend to the bridge deck above. If that makes any sense. I mean, it makes sense to me. What I've discovered is that means nothing. So, what makes sense to me makes no sense to most people. So, so I'm going to use this style of stairway. But this whole process is totally trial and error, because what are we doing here? Because I need this thing to hug the side of this surface here as closely as possible, without overlapping it. If it overlaps, then it'll obstruct my ability to climb it, and then what's the point? But if it's too far away, then what I'm building is going to stick out like a sore thumb from below. And wow, it is going way better this time than it did last time I attempted this. Okay, so I know this is probably too long, but let's put one on here just to see how high it goes. Okay. Pretty high. Hello, everyone. Okay, this top section's got to go. So there's a couple of reasons that I'm doing it the way that I am. Do you want to know them? Do you want to know? Are you really interested? Because I have some explanations. First, can I put another one of these on here? Stop messing with me. Okay. Let's go get our stairway. First of all, I like to imagine that we're using the structure of the actual bridge as much as possible as a way of supporting what it is we're building. We're building there. So what I'm going to do is hug the side of the bridge as much as I possibly can, so it has the appearance of something that could possibly be attached to the bridge. Okay. And then will you snap in there for me? Or will you not? This stairway is like the perfect height, but it's got this dumb support on the side, which it just bugs the shit out of me. It doesn't look like it makes any sense. Let's do this. Let's abandon that. And let's... Katie says sure. To me, that means that Katie is really interested in knowing why. And I've already explained one point, right? Point one being that I want it to look like it could be conceivably attached to this. But here's the other interesting question is the surface that we're attaching this stuff to is this delightful shit brown color. And so I'm trying to use pieces that are sort of like camouflaged with it, right? So that from a distance you might not notice the shit brown stairway going up the side of the shit brown panels on the bridge. See what I'm saying? Do I want you to do that? Not especially, but I'll take it. So that's kind of... that is an indication to me that I put way too much thought into this shit. Like, I could be completely satisfied with the fact that I have a working stairway and not obsess so much about the fact that I have these supports sticking down that apparently just are attached to nothing. I could be okay with that. However, I find that I'm not. It's stuff like that that's why I'm a diva. Okay? What I want is I would really love it if this would snap in here. So it's not going to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the snapping off. And I'm just going to try to eyeball it if I can. We're going to make it. Why is the snapping when I said no snapping? Snapping on. That's stupid. Okay. Here's the game, people. We came up with this last time I did one of these building streams. I don't know if it was Katie's idea or my idea. I don't know who gets the credit for this stupidity, but it could have been me. That every time I say snap, you have to drink. Oh my God, you're in trouble, right? You're already drunk. How could you not be? I say snap so often because snapping is my worst enemy. I have a rather love-hate relationship with the snapping. So, yeah. Come up here. And then I gotta somehow, can I jump? Oh, there we go. Okay, right? So, let's look at what we got. Like I said before, I picked this spot not really knowing whether or not it's officially part of the railroad. I mean, obviously, you know, and I don't want to know. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to know because I haven't hit that part of the storyline yet. But there's obviously a sneaky way to the south to get on the lower bridge deck. And then when you get over here, there's this great big collapse on the lower bridge deck. And the only way to get across it is to come up on this lift and then run across here to this other lift and then go back down to the lower bridge deck. Obviously, someone has taken the time to come in here and add these little lifts, which is pretty cool, and this is part of the vanilla Fallout 4 game. Well, we're building on a bridge deck where all of this stuff is happening, all this stuff is going on, so I'm looking for a way to conceal what we're doing, understanding that there may be people occasionally traveling this bridge. But Billy doesn't have any concept yet for who these people might be. However, it does not escape him that it may also be very useful for him to use these lifts. And for your consideration, we never know for sure. We're never going to know for sure whether or not Billy is going to be approaching the Ferrani outpost from the north or from the south. If he's approaching from the south, he's going to come through that broken down mall, and he's going to get on that far southern end of the bridge deck, and he's going to come up this way. But he has to have a way to get to his outpost from the north side. And if he's coming from the north side, he would have to come along the lower bridge deck, come up that lift, come over here, down that lift, and then, jump on the pipe and blah, blah, blah. This gives us a way to not only get out of the outpost, but a shortcut into the outpost if we're accessing it from the northern side of the bridge. And having this little platform here allows us to do that, but also having this little platform just below the lip of the bridge deck means that anybody who's on the upper bridge deck is not going to be able to look across and immediately see a railing or a platform, or if you're standing over here looking across, you don't see dick. And if you're over here at the platform, even standing on top of this car, you don't see dick because you've got this broken down van blocking vision and stuff like that. So, I mean, I think it's very, very well concealed in that way, which I like. It's a super nerdy and satisfying thing for me. So, good to go. That actually went much more smoothly than last time I did it. Last time I had all kinds of crazy. I had a weird stairway going on. Let's just say that. I had to double back a couple of times, and it got pretty wonky pretty quick. Now, here's an interesting tidbit of information. I'm assuming that all y'all that play Fallout are very aware of Mr. Oxhorn. He does just absolutely amazing Fallout 4 videos. He does these great lore videos and mod videos and all kinds of stuff. Anyway, I was watching his channel the other day. Shout out to Oxhorn. If you go to his website and check out his content, I highly encourage you to, but tell him CouchWarrior sent you. That's not self-serving, is it? No. Well, he had this great mod review on a mod that allows you to take an outpost that you constructed and save it out of game and distribute it and let other people use it in their games. And I've been thinking about doing that with some of this shit that I've been building. These pumping stations and the downtown tower and all of that stuff. Actually producing them in a format that would allow me to upload them somewhere where you guys could download and install them in your games and use them yourselves. And I'm thinking it would work pretty good because I am using some mods. But what it would require is that you'd have to be on PC unless whatever I was building was 100% vanilla assets, but I'm using a lot of stuff that's not. So that's part of the reason why I'm able to build these things and hide them, because I'm using some mods that give me some specialized tools that allow me to do funky things that I want to do. So basically what it would do, you'd have a file that you could download that would install the structures that I've created, but then also there would be a mod list, an accompanying mod list. And you'd have to go out and grab those mods, install them, and then install this thing, and boom, it would take all the assets available that it needed from those mods, and it would construct things like the downtown outpost. Lion pumping station, Ferrani pumping station, all that kind of stuff. I could even do it with my whole sanctuary township, for that matter. So, something to consider. I'm thinking about it. I've only done a small amount of research on what it would take to actually accomplish that, but I started down that path by watching one of Oxhorn's video mod reviews, and it looked pretty intriguing. So, I might give it a shot, and then depending on how difficult it turns out to be, that'll determine whether or not I do more than one settlement or outpost or whatever, but we shall see. Okay, so as I said before, these places, not only are they water purification stations, but they are also safe houses, places where he can go to get out of the weather, to get some rest, to recharge his batteries, to stock up on supplies, things like that, to lay low and hide from the law, if there were any, that kind of thing. So I like to stock them with little things, a place to sleep. We're going to provide him with some light and some storage. And then, as I've said before, pretty much anywhere that I build a generator, I also put in things like toolboxes and stuff, just because it kind of makes sense that he would have a stash of tools there that he could use to repair things, stuff like that. And we'll put in one of these guys. So that's our storage. All right. Well, that's it. That actually went pretty damn smoothly. Shit. All right, let's have a little test run here. Now, there's a few things I'll probably go in and tweak just to satisfy my nitpicky self, but all the basics are in place now, so that's actually pretty amazing. All right, so early on in the stream, we saw the access point from the south. Let's take a look at how Billy gets up here from the north. I kind of like the idea that maybe he's using these lifts that belong to someone else to his advantage. Like stealing someone's electricity or cable service. Yeah, it seems like something Billy would do. All right. Now, the challenge and part of the fun in getting to Ferrani Outpost is getting on the bridge deck, which is dicey always, because both access points to the bridge deck are covered with super mutant trouble. So there's this sort of half-constructed building. They're going to splatter my brains. There's this half kind of constructed building. It's mostly girders, and it's filled with super mutants, and you have to sort of fight your way up to the 5th or 6th floor, and then there's kind of just a little ratty bridge that runs across from the building to the deck. So when you get down here, you can see this is the problem, right? Like the lower deck of the bridge is totally collapsed here. And that's, I think, part of the reason why whoever came along before us built this lift system. All right. So let's go this way. So if we're approaching from the north, we just take this lift up, and then we can take our stairway down. If we're coming the other way, then of course, like I said, we're using our special pipe entrance. Now, I probably could have, well, I only needed, if I'd wanted to, I could have just done this top level entrance and left it at that. But for safety's sake, I sort of like the idea of having 2 escape routes. So if you remember from the first outpost build, if you were part of that whole adventure, we've got more than one route in and out. You can get in through a secret door on the side, or you can get in through a pipe. There's a pipe that runs down. It comes in underneath the building, and you can come up through that pipe or whatever. And then the other option for quick escape, if if you know you find yourself in a pickle or somebody's raiding the place, you're being attacked or whatever, is that you can go out into the main boathouse and climb a scaffolding and jump through an upper window and get down that way. So having two entrance and egress points or whatever in these places is kind of Billy's fail-safe to make sure that he never gets trapped in one of these places should someone find it and he happen to be there kind of hanging out. So here is the southern entrance, right? You got to climb across that car, and to get up to this level, you've got to take an elevator that will only access certain floors. Apparently this is a mall or something, or used to be a mall. So in either case, you've got to sneak past some nasties to even get to the bridge deck. So that has the effect in a way of discouraging people from messing with Billy's stuff anyway. So all right. Pretty good deal. I'm very
Approach
satisfied.
And identify yourself.
No.
Law-abiding citizens will not be harmed. Scanning for area secure.
Man, those guys are down there a ways. Like, it's kind of amazing they can detect me all the way up here. So eventually Billy's travels are going to bring him over this way. And then we will account for this. So it looks like we're basically 3 in-game days to build this. And I may play with that timetable slightly, but as long as I know roughly what the timetable is. All right. Now, to polish this thing off, we're going to snap a door in here, I think. And a door would be here. I'm going to probably just use a flat steel door. And it's not going to snap in because there's something it doesn't like, which is probably this railing. So let's take that railing off for the moment. Stick it there. And then we'll get our door in there, hopefully. Wow, it's pissed. Oh, do I even have a door frame in there? I took the door frame out, didn't I? I don't think I have a door frame in there. Let us see. Uh-huh. Right. I kind of want you to be the other way. Like that. Okay. All right. Let's see. See if it works now. Yeah, it did. And now we can get our railing back, I hope. Okay, let's try that. Haha. Very good. Okay. Now, let's get some shut-eye in our really super nice and appealing sleeping bag. There we go. Better. Much better. I wish Billy had some footy jammies to wear in game. That would be amazing. Okay. That is it. Like I said, there's probably some fussy stuff that I could go back and take care of, but That is Ferrani Outpost, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to see this outpost in-game. I can't tell you when it's going to be in-game because I'm not sure yet. It just depends on how it works with the story. But Billy's travels are taking him closer and closer to Charlestown. And that is the area that we see directly below here. This is Charlestown. So this has us kind of prepared for that. So I can go through that section of the storyline and just keep on a-moving. So what I'm going to do now, ladies and germs, is because we have completed this, well, first of all, let's make sure we're actually pumping water here. Oh, yeah. Purified water 14. Excellent. So that's working. Everything's powered up. I'm not going to worry about the fussy stuff right now, but what I am going to do is I'm going to take a little break, and then I am going to come back, and we will do something else if you'd care to stick around. Otherwise, the building portion of this, I think, is concluded. That went pretty smoothly. So, we are going to take a short break, and when we return, I'll come up with something else, hopefully semi-interesting to do. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I will play a little bit of Radio Free Boston for you. Fortune Radio. All right? And I will return shortly.
You're listening to Fortune Radio, Radio Free Boston. This is a Back Bay Raider report. It has been reported that the raider, known as Clutch, was killed 2 days ago by an unknown assailant along with her entire gang. It cannot be confirmed, but it is assumed that she cried like a little baby. In other news, the raider known as Bosco, who is holed up with his gang in DB Technical High School, is reported to have contracted rabies and is killing his own people. Fortune Radio has learned from an unnamed source that Bosco is going to be put down within the next 48 hours. We, the people of the Commonwealth, dear Bosco, are very sorry to hear about your plight, and we convey to you our deepest condolences. But, collectively, we all understand that putting you down is probably the most humane thing to do, given your plight. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy your last can of dog food. Give those fleas one more scratch, and it'll all be over. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to this week's Raider Report. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors Boston.
All right. I hath returneth, and ladies and gentlemen, I've been thinking about what we're going to do next. I think we're actually going to do more building, but the location that I'm going to build in next, which is another pumping station, by the way, another water purification station, it is quite a ways across the waste. So we're going to travel there, and we're going to waste everything in our path. So, but before we do that, let's see. Welcome, Miss Bacchus. Please, thank you. I think we got to gear up appropriately, which has to include our Boston Bruins hat. I don't go anywhere without my Boston Bruins hat, motherfuckers. So, yeah, if you follow the story at all, you will know that Billy, in his high school days, was a goalie. And his hero was the Boston Bruins goalie, affectionately known as Cheesy, otherwise known as Gary Cheevers, an amazing goalie from the late 70s, early 80s. And one of the interesting things about Gary Cheevers is you'll notice there's that little stitch on his cap there. Gary Cheevers was jersey number 30, and if you go out and look up Gary Cheevers online, the signature thing that he is known for is his goalie mask, which was covered in stitches that were drawn on by hand with a Sharpie marker. And every single one of the stitches on his mask represented a time when he had been hit in the face with a hockey puck. And that mask had basically saved him from a serious injury. So his trainer would take his mask and he would draw a stitch mark on his goalie mask every time he took a shot in the face from a hockey puck. And if you go out and look him up online, man, Gary Cheevers' mask is literally covered from top to bottom. I mean, there's almost no room left to put stitch marks on it because it's so filled with stitch marks. And one of the things I think is really cool is that a lot of memorabilia hounds throughout the years have been trying to get their hands on Gary Cheevers' goalie mask. But what I think is really cool about Gary Cheevers is he gave that mask to his grandson, and he won't give it up to anybody, which I think is just super, super cool. I think he's a cool dude. I think he was an awesome athlete, great goalie, and an interesting person. And Gary Cheevers is Billy's hockey hero, so that's why he wears the hat that he does. And that is a hat that I created the texture for that hat myself, but it is based, obviously it's based on the baseball cap that you find in-game, but there is a mod called Urban Caps, which allows you to wear it backwards. So I got the mod Urban Caps, and then I made my own texture, which puts the Boston Bruins logo on it, Gary Cheevers' signature, and his jersey number. And then I put that little stitch on the bill as well to it was kind of a nod to Gary Cheevers' signature look, if you will. Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what the circumstances are going to be in this story in which our character will encounter the super mutants that occupy either side of this bridge. So I am not going to confront either one of them. I'm going to bypass them entirely. So what I will say is Abnormal, the old Khajiit, you may want to look away momentarily because I'm going to jump into the river below. So just fair warning. Okay? 1 and a 2 and a 3. Aye. There we go. All right, let's make our way over here. Now, one of the other things that we got to do here is hello, Open World Addict. Glad to see you here. Remember, obviously, one of our major goals here was that we wanted it to be concealed from below. So let's have a look. I mean, it's pretty hard to see. You'd have to be looking for it to see it there, but you can see kind of how the vines are hanging down and sort of conceal it. It's even really difficult to spot our purification stuff there. And I think if I wanted to conceal it further, I could move some trash out there and just kind of conceal that with the trash. But it's really hard to see what we got going there unless you're actually looking for it. So I think mission accomplished. There's definitely some more that could be done to shore it up even further. But let's have a looky-loo. So we are going to go free camera. We'll head out this way. Now the stairway, perhaps a little bit more obvious, but I still feel like it's pretty well camouflaged given that we built brown against brown background, so not too bad. Okay. Not too bad. All right. Okay. So that is Ferrani Outpost. Ferrani Outpost is complete. So the next thing we got to do is we're going to go to our next build location, which I have already selected. So let's take a look at Le Map. Okay, here, Ferrani Outpost. And you can see where Ferrani is in relationship to the other stuff we've built. So here is Lion Outpost. That is the first pumping station that we built. And then if we compare that to other stuff here, there is Caldera Outpost, which is our downtown tower. So what we want to do now is we're going to spread our wings a little bit. And we are going to come out here, and we're going to be building something right around this area. Actually, right around in here, I think. Something like that. We'll have to take a look. I can't remember which bridge it is. Maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one. You'll remember if you've played the game much at all, there is a place where you can build. There's an egret marina. The place where we're going to be building our next purification station is not far from egret. So I've heard some folks pronounce it as egret, but I know it to be egret. Just because egret is a water bird, that made sense to me. So all right. So we got a ways to go to get there, but okay. That was one of those god dang feral dog things. Run. Now again, I'm not too worried here. Obviously, we're still in God mode, and there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, when I'm in God mode, that means I can build freely, which I need at this point because I'm building set pieces. But also, when I'm in God mode, that also means that I'm not making changes to my inventory. So what I did is just today I recorded the footage for the next episode of St. Billy, and I'm at a certain point in a certain place with a certain amount of ammo and equipment and weaponry and all that stuff, and that stuff needs to stay static. I can't go out and do, a bunch of adventuring across the wasteland and, use my ammo or gain ammo or all this kind of stuff, and then come back and pick up where I left off. That's not helpful. So when I'm in God mode, I don't take hits on ammo, so my ammo remains constant. Now the problem is I'm still gaining levels when I'm building. So we did acquire a level while we were building. So we've got a perk that we can actually spend, a perk point we can spend now. But there's not much I can do to avoid that unless I were willing to go in and screw with the character using console commands. There are certain things I'm willing to touch with a console and other things I'm not. And stuff that has to do with the structure of the character, I don't touch with a console just because it might compromise a saved game. And then, honestly, I mean, if my save game gets hosed up, then I'm completely screwed, right? Like, my story is fakakta at that point because I've got to figure out a way to recover a save, and there's just really no good way to do that, right? Everything I've done to level to that point is screwed up. So I got to just be super careful about that. So when I use console commands, I primarily am just using console commands to get the different cinematic shots that I want, and I'm not messing with the character itself. The only time I will mess with a character is if I'm creating the character from scratch with the intent that the character is going to be at a certain level from the very start. And that's kind of what I did with Shadling, for example. So we're being remarkably sneaky here.
Open noises.
Pretty good.
What's that?
Okay, we'll go this way.
Oh,
So Billy is now what?
hey.
I recently released episode 21, and I've got the content for episode 22. And he has just hit level 18. So he's at level 18. At some point, I think fairly soon, maybe we'll do a video that is just about let's catch up with Billy and what perks he's got and all that kind of stuff. Maybe talk about loadout a little bit. Things of that nature. It's not often that we get to sort of pause and kind of go over that stuff, so the time I have to actually record game footage is pretty limited, so when I do have time, I tend to focus on story rather than things like that. So if some of my leveling or perk selection and all that jazz does not get into one of my regular videos, quite often it is not seen. So every once in a while, I got to do a little bit of a level set so you guys can get caught up on what perks I'm selecting and why and all that good stuff. So maybe we'll do something like that soon. All right. Let's go this way. I just am so stunned by how... Ooh, is that a robot death squad actually heading away from me for a change? I'm stunned at how huge the gameplay area is in Fallout 4. I mean, it's massive. I remembered Fallout 3, the Capital Wasteland, feeling big. But this feels bigger. It feels bigger to me, too, than Skyrim. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Part of the problem is I know the Skyrim map so well, like absolutely like the back of my hand. I don't even reference the map in my stories anymore, almost ever. I may reference the map if I need to fast travel or something like that, but most of the time I never look at the map. And maybe that familiarity makes it feel like it's small to me. I don't know. But the Fallout map to me seems bigger, and but I don't know what the actual stats are. It's freaking huge. And I've got all the DLC now, and I haven't even come across any of the Nuka World stuff. I haven't even done any Far Harbor stuff. There's shit tons of things in the vanilla game I haven't seen yet. I mean, it's pretty nuts. So, if we take a look, I mean, look at all of Billy's activities have been really concentrated here. There's vast areas we've not even explored yet. So, nice. Yeah. It feels bigger. That's what she said. Yeah, that's a perfect "that's what she said" statement. I love it. That's what she said. Okay. Hang on, dude. I'll be right with you. Hey, what's going on?
Please, I'm so thirsty. Could you spare any water?
Hell yeah. I got water. Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Yeah, you might want to get out of this area, you know. It's kind of dangerous and whatnot. So, just saying. All right. Let's get our bearings, shall we? I need to figure out which bridge I'm at. The spot I have picked out is near. Get up there. I think that's it over there, perhaps. Okay. That's not really helping me too much. All right. So we just need to follow the river up here just a little bit. We are almost there. Although we got to keep our eyes open because this is Yao Guai territory. Am I the only one who looks at Yao Guai, the name Yao Guai, and thinks that looks an awful lot like Yogi and has a chuckle? I might be the only one. I've been tempted to just call them yogis in-game because it just makes sense. What am I looking at? Mm-hmm. What be that? What is that machine? Can't start it. Jury-rigged iBot pod. Scan for components. Oh, I gotcha. Scan for ammo. What? How is 10mm ammo not on here? What the hell? That's horseshit. Oh, 38 caliber isn't on here either, is it? Well, let's see. Could look for 308. Critical failure in iBot remote communications link. Unable to connect to iBot. All recall and administrative functions are offline. Well, it's because it's not powered, I'm assuming, right? But, let's see. Can I... Okay, I can't activate it. And it will not let me go... into workshop mode here. Interesting. I have heard of these mythical machines, but I have not encountered any in-game yet, so I can't activate the generator, and I can't do this. Obviously, you can see where it wants to connect to power, so I'm assuming this will be explained to me at some point. I don't need to know it now. I can discover that during the story. That would make sense, I think. For now, we are here to build. And this, my friends, is where we are building. And this is going to be a strange and unusual build. You may be asking yourself... No. You may be asking yourself... how are you going to build here, CouchWarrior, and make it look hidden and au naturel? Well, we'll see. I don't know. I got some ideas. I just need some shit on this side of the map. I can't have all of my water sources concentrated in one area. Doesn't make sense. So, to get started, we've got to deploy a camp so we can build here. Let's do that. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Place here. Once again, putting down a campfire. Means to an end. The end of which is our workbench. Okay, so what are we going to call this one? Wharton Outpost. Because it sounds a little bit like wharf, and we're right on the water here. I don't know, whatever. We'll call it Wharton. So, I think since I'm here, good night, Gail. Thanks for joining. It's good to see ya. let's make a little camp. May as well get some shut-eye and work in the daylight. And with any luck, I won't get mauled and eaten by Yao Guai overnight. That'd be super. All right. We'll go 12. Very good. Okay, coffee break. Ah, delicious. Recover the 308 ammo from the blah, blah, blah. Missed it. Okay. So, I think we got enough light to start building here. Is this the spot? What makes this spot interesting to me is I wanted to kind of take on the challenge of building something in an area that was not urban. And this seemed interesting. One of the strengths of this area was I just thought the depth of the water and also perhaps the difficulty that the rocks would present in getting access to the space. Shit like that. I don't know. So to start with, I need to make myself a little working platform so we can actually do things. And these bad boys seem to work pretty good in water situations. So I'm going to go with that. Just going to build one. Okay, and then here. Now this one also, one of the things I wanted to do with this one is use different materials. So this one I'm going to be doing my utmost to make it sort of look like a drainage pipe or some piece of civil equipment, you know, like infrastructure type stuff. So I'm going to use pipes. Which one? Okay, we'll just use maybe something like that. So now I want to pay attention to where the water line is here, because that is going to make a difference. Okay, and we're going to pop this right in there, and then we're going to have a look. Okay, a little bit too deep. Okay, let's try that. That might be okay. I think I need more platform here so I can get some better angles on this thing. Yeah. Not ideal. How about this? Let's go this way. This is more of a sheer rock face here, which might actually help a lot. Okay, that looks pretty good. I want it to look like it's, you know, some kind of drainage pipe just coming out of the side there. So that's the objective. And again, this is a mod that I forget what it's called, but it's just all pipe-related construction parts. So, next thing we need to do here is we're going to add another horizontal piece. But this piece is going to be somewhat specialized in that it will have an opening on the side for a door. Okay, that's pretty good, I think. All right. Oh, stop it. Okay, there we go. All right. So, I'm not sure how many of these purifiers I'm going to be able to fit in this. I was hoping for 2, but if I go with 2, my structure may be a little bit larger than I want it to be, so I don't know, we'll just do trial and error here and see what it looks like. The idea is to make it look like, you know, some piece of municipal equipment, the kind of thing that, you know, someone would see on the side of the road when they're driving by but never imagine going to check out or investigate. You know what I mean? Just like that kind of thing. This is the piece I used right here, I think. Okay. So, in continuing our build, I think that probably the next thing I need to do here is start lining up my flooring, because I'm going to have flooring on the inside of this thing, and I want to make sure that that gets all situated. So what that means is I need to get inside that pipe, okay? And this is definitely just eyeballing it, because what I'm looking to do here is put in some catwalk here that will get the occupant of this place up over the water, and it'll run down the inside of the pipe, but at a level that's not so high that you can't fit down the pipe, right? You've got to be able to navigate your way down there. So if I don't get that height right, it can kind of fuck things up. So let's... Yeah, that's that actually went pretty well, I think, right from the first one. All right, cool. So now let's have a look at further options. Now there's some really funky pieces in here, and this stuff is all located under steel prefabs. Huh. How would that work? I wonder if that would work. I don't think so. I don't think it would. No. Perhaps we should try one of these. That might actually be better than that. So we'll set that aside. We'll grab this guy. And see if we can get it to cooperate. It might not want to, huh? Yeah, it's going to want to just do its own stupid thing with that walkway. Which is fine. Now that we've got one piece lined up in there, we can snap anything we need to onto it. So we'll take it out of the way and see if we can get this thing to... I'm not sure how these are designed to fit. I mean, they're kind of weird, right? Like, because of the bend in the metal, it's... You'd never have a pipe be flush with that. So I'm thinking that's not an option. So we'll put that back on there. We'll go down the line here and see what else we've got. Master the possibilities. And for walls, I'm pretty sure what I need is just probably going to be a curving wall. So let's start with this. Oh, that's how it's going to be, huh? Okay, let's grab this. Really? That's dumb as hell. All right. This sucker, let's just turn it manually. Turning it on its axis without actually selecting it. Not fully selecting it, you know? So I'm thwarting the snapping by doing that, but it seems to have some natural inclination to snap in a direction I don't want it to snap in. So, okay, I said snapping several times. I hope you're all drinking because I said snapping. Okay. Very good. Which brings us to that. Okay. Okay. Now, we want this to kind of appear. I mean, I would like it to appear to extend below the water. So we're going to put one of those on there. And on there as well. Okay, real cool. Real cool. All right. That can go. Don't burn yourself, Katie. My coffee is really only lukewarm now. I do this all the time. I brew myself a nice, delicious cup of coffee, and then I get so wrapped up in what I'm doing that it never gets drunk. Not when it's hot, anyway. Okay. I think the thing now is to look at roof pieces and figure out what we are up against here. Okay, now here's the issue. Those are different color than the ones I'm using here. So let's do that. Right. Right on, man. This seems like it might be the way to do this. Okay. Where's my walkway? Let's get this friggin' thing back in there. Come on. You know you want to snap. Snap. Come on. Why? Why are we snapping that way? Okay, let's get rid of that. I think it's causing a problem. I'm pretty relaxed tonight. I'm not quite as in, you know, intense diva mode as sometimes I am. I think that has to do with the fact that I have finally, once and for all, figured out the streaming issues that have been plaguing me for a year. And so when I set up tonight's stream, it just went off without a hitch. I didn't have to do any, there were no, you know, unexpected issues I had to deal with that made me crabby, that kind of thing. So, man, was that nice. Shit, it was just like a treat. Check it out. Check it out, people. Right? I mean, come on. So cool. Building shit is cool. Okay, and this one might not work just because I got this issue over here I gotta deal with, right? Okay. So I need one more, and it's got to go there. Okay, so I've got my enclosure. Now within here, we are going to locate... Yeah, we'll definitely be able to put at least 2 purification stations in here. Now remember, also inside here has to go a sleeping area, our workbench, and probably a medium-sized generator to run both of these units that are going to be inside this thing. So, we got to keep all of that in mind as we complete this here. So, I think probably makes sense to get our purifiers in here first. Blah, blah. These outposts, they probably won't get raided. The game would not raid these. Okay? If these outposts are going to get raided, it's because I set it up myself as part of the story. So, I don't know if that answers your questions. The way that I'm setting these up, they're not going to get raided. In other words, the game would not do it, just because these are little outposts that aren't going to have any settlers. They're not going to have any any towers or, you know, beacons attracting settlers, stuff like that. They're not going to really have any defenses other than the fact that they're well hidden. So, from that perspective, they will not get raided by the game. However, in the context of the story that I am telling, there will be issues. There will be issues that Billy will have to take care of at these pumping stations. But all of those issues will probably have to be issues of my own creation through the magic of story. So that's probably how that's going to come together, I would suspect. I wonder. It might be interesting. It might be interesting to create a level above us where there's more room to work, right? But I'm not sure what the best way is to get up there. It doesn't need to be like ridiculously high. It just really needs to be up almost like it were a little loft or something, I suppose. Because there's this, you know, a certain amount of infrastructure that's going to be required to keep all this stuff functional. And having places to put it would be helpful. But because I have curved walls here, I also have to be cognizant of the fact. See, you like that word? Cognizant? I sound like really smart when I say that, don't I? Cognizant. Until I point out that I said it. Then I sound like an ass. But still, it's a cool word. I have to be aware that I'm working with curved walls here and square floor pieces, so I can't do too much flooring. Otherwise, it's just going to project through the walls and look lame. So we'll just be careful about that. Okay, so now I have got to give myself a way to get out of there. Keeps wanting to pop up there. Why is that? Let's see what happens if we turn snapping off. Oh. Huh. I would be afraid if I put it there that it would mess up my door. So let's try there. Huh. Okay. Okay. Then we'll build ourselves out of this pickle we're in right now. I'm going to put just a few of these in here so we got someplace to stand and work. And then, let's see. I think our doors... Where would our door... I think our doors are here somewhere. Or maybe they're... No, they're under prefabs. They're under prefabs. But I think they're all the way at the beginning of this list. Damn it. Okay, I'm going to just drink some coffee while I push the arrow button. Oh, boy. Arrow button pushing is so boring. Wow. Boring. Arrow button pushing. Okay, there we go. This be the one I need here, because it's designed for that size of doorway. Boonk. Okay. Gee, where's the doorway? It's so well camouflaged. That's the only bummer about it, but it works. So let's have a looky. Now these doors are a little bit crazy, right? You don't necessarily interact with them where you would think. Getting them closed is even more dicey. Usually I start by at the edge of the door, and then I just run my mouse to the side until I see the flash, and then there we go. Okay? Awesome. Now, I'm hoping that I've got enough space here that we can deploy our beast of a generator. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, that's pretty good. Huh. Suppose I should vent the exhaust, shouldn't I? This place will be a carbon monoxide death trap before you know it. Although I don't get it, right? Like I would have thought that generators were, well, they're not fission generators, are they? They do have generators that you can use in the construction set that are basically nuclear ones, but let's see. Yeah, fusion generator. Yeah, this is wind, and I'm assuming that this is fossil fuels of some kind, because it's, you know, ejecting exhaust into the atmosphere. So we'll have to do something about that. We'll vent it out the ceiling somehow. Okay. So let's do this. Let's get our power set first. Okay. All right, got them both running. Uncredible. Okay. That looks like the sort of place a light would go. And let's say maybe one there. No. No, wait. Before we do that, let's take that out. I said I was going to ventilate this sucker. So let's do it. Let's ventilate it. Which I think is going to take one of these here wall pieces. We'll put in a wall piece that has a hole in it. Such as that, perhaps. Except it's facing the wrong way. Give her a spin. Oh. Boom. Okay. Not elegant, but it is egg-shaped, which strikes me as a positive thing. Look at it. It looks like an Easter egg. A beautiful blue, sky blue Easter egg. Okay, so that's good. Now we've got these two platforms. One of them is going to have our workbench on it, and the other one is the one that we're going to make into kind of a little living space. So the next thing we got to do is get out of here. Okay, so yes, the trick shall be how to ascend the cliff, which isn't going to happen easily. Well, that's not so bad. What did I say earlier about Billy Goat? There you go. Okay. Okay. You're coming with me, Master. Okay. All right. This puppy is going up here. Let's just drop it for now. And then let's see if we can adjust it. Okay. Okay. Oh. We're kind of hanging off the edge there. Okay. Now, what I said before about a toolbox being a requirement, tool chest, I wasn't lying. I'm putting a tool chest in here, and it's going to be here. Kind of like, yo. Like that. So Billy can come in and work on stuff here. He's got his workbench. He's got his tool chest on this side. On this side is where we are going to lay out his Star Wars sleeping bag to match his Star Wars jammies, I'm thinking. And let's see. I always put a lantern in these. I don't know why. I like the light from these lanterns. Plus it makes it sort of feel like camping out, you know? One of those there. Okay. It's pretty good, I think. Needs a grill? What? Shit. That'd be cool. Put a grill in here? Huh. Let me think about that for a minute. While I'm thinking about it, I'm going to put in my other lighting here now. Come on, y'all. Get in there. The only other piece that I'm missing here from, I think, my standard shit is my little storage footlocker. This guy. And we'll just put that down here. I think this is as good a place as any for that. Pretty good. Okay. Now, this guy, I'm going to actually... Can I raise it? Or if I could put a different one, like, straight up on the ceiling. Okay. This egg thing, man. I get that we got to ventilate the exhaust, but there's got to be a better way, don't you think? It's so weird. Anyway, whatever. In my sleeping bag, that's just floating. Can't be having that. Okay, got that fixed. And it's floating again. Stop floating. Okay. Well, now that I fixed the sleeping bag, I feel like there's maybe enough room for that storage container over here too. So let's move it and put it right here where he would actually use it. There. Man, I bet you it gets hot and humid in here in the summer, don't you think? All the more reason for that. Ventilation. Look it. Now it's an Easter egg with the sky and these beautiful green tree silhouettes on it. Damn. I'm obviously conflicted about the egg thing. I'm just thinking, okay, this is high, you know, like, is it high enough? Let's see what it actually looks like in here. I mean, it's pretty dark. I could probably use more lighting in here. So, I mean, I got plenty of power for running lights. I'm just wondering if it might be better for me to... I wonder if I could just put a conduit straight overhead on the ceiling and run all the wires from right directly above down. That might be better. But before I go screwing up my whole setup here, I'm just going to do a test and see if it'll even let me attach a conduit to the ceiling here, given the curves and all that stuff. Oh, sure. Can do that. So for that to work, I'm just going to remove that, and we'll run a fresh wire to there. And maybe we'll just keep this one and do it like this. There we go. That's better. More headroom, right? Ha ha! All right. All right. We are purifying water, people. And yeah, this is good now. I mean, our first pumping station could only accommodate one purifier. Now with Ferrani Outpost and Wharton Outpost, we've got a total of 4 additional purifiers in service, which is going to give us even more purified water to distribute across the wasteland. So now the trick is I've got to figure out a reasonable solution for getting out of here. Trying to determine if I felt like this worked or not. I mean, I don't know. It seemed a little bit nutty. What I could do, I suppose, is maybe take one of these dudes and I'll put it right here. Make it look like it's fastened to the bedrock, perhaps. That gets us across to this ledge. Okay. Then down here, that one can go. Okay. Close that, which is pretty awesome. Awesome by my standards. Hey, that's not too bad. No, not bad at all. That'll work. We got a little light bleed through there. That's a bit strange, but I suppose I could get rid of that by just repositioning a light, if I so choose. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I just want to get a good look at this thing in the daylight. So Billy is going to go sleep, and then we will have a look in the morning. This one went kind of quickly, right? This was like, what, a couple days? 2 days, maybe? Okay, cool. So what you're witnessing right now is how I spend my time in Fallout 4 when I'm not recording story. If somebody says, "Hey, why don't you just go play a game for a few hours? Help defend Caldera Outpost." Oh shit. Yeah, there's all kinds of bad shit happening right now. I don't know how this is going to affect my story. Caldera Outpost has never been attacked before. Caldera is my downtown tower, and the reason it's being attacked is because Ada is there. I'm certain of it. If Ada was not there, it would not be attacked. But I've got a follower who's hanging out in the streets there. So I'm guessing that's what's happening. That's the problem when I do this shit, right? Like, I'm coming in here doing work that impacts the story, but I'm supposed to be, like, freezing time. In essence, I'm kind of freezing time at the moment so I can kind of get this stuff done and get it prepared so I don't have to do it later. And, of course, the game doesn't stop. It's still doing stuff. My shit's getting attacked and all that. So, yeah. Okay, so what I want to see is a couple different things. I'm really curious about the downtown thing. I might have to go and look and see what's going on there. What does it mean? Like, does that mean they might have... I wonder if they nuked my generator. I bet you my generator's in flames right now. That's probably what's going on. Yeah, that hole is weird as hell. But it's not like anyone's going to see it. So, you can see there's a little clipping here, right? Not much to be done about that. At least it's kind of symmetrical, I guess. And if we're looking over here, it just does look weird with that hole in it. You know what I could do? I got an idea. I got an idea that's gonna be better. I think it'll be better. I've done this other places. I don't know why I didn't think about it before. And my tool chest is floating, which I don't care for. Okay. So that's got to go away. Ah, shit. This is, I think, the one. Okay, so we got this completely enclosed. Now that it's completely enclosed, what I'm going to do is we'll just kind of, we'll simulate ventilation by adding in some piping. We'll find a vertical pipe here, and we're going to put it kind of up through like this and make it like as if it were a chimney, right? That kind of thing. Okay, so that would be the gist of it. And then I would just be looking to kind of make sure it's centered. And then with these pieces, oh man, with these pieces, they tend to look really weird if you don't cap them. But this set does not have any vertical caps. It only has horizontal caps. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring it down low. Then it won't look like such an eyesore, right? Like as you're approaching here, it'll maybe look like the pipe extends down over the exhaust somehow. Yeah, and actually it does. So something like that. Because what happens is these meshes are not textured on the inside. So if you look at the inside of the pipe, it's transparent. If you look at the outside of the pipe, you see the texture, which is kind of an immersion breaking effect in game. So we're going to deal with that by just doing this. And then I'll have to put another huge ass pipe because there's no smaller version of the vertical pipe that we can use. Now, because it's entirely enclosed, I can also do some additional lighting now. And I'm thinking about the light bleed. But there's no other lights here that I really like. So I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. So, does that make sense? I feel like it doesn't make sense. Putting it on the pipe doesn't make sense either. Actually, there's some lights here down at the end of the line that I want to say they don't emit quite so much light, maybe. Like maybe I could put a couple in and there wouldn't be all this bleed over. So we'll try that. And we'll just pop one of these bad boys in there. Okay, there we go. So you can see now, we're looking at the inside of the pipe. You see there's no texture. You can just see right through it. Having it down that far, I think, over the generator sort of helps with the illusion that it's not like that. So if we turn collision off now, we go take a look at this. That's not too bad. It's got a pretty industrial type of look to it, right? So there you go. That is Wharton Station. Feeling pretty good about that. So let's go take a look here. I don't know. I mean, when you look across the landscape of Fallout 4, there is an inordinate amount of industrial-looking structures and junk. And I feel like in this environment, that is something that someone would look at and not think twice about it. You know? So, I think that's a pretty good solution. That gets us 2 more purifiers. So if I look off this direction, right? You've got all that shit out there. There's a dam structure across there. Underneath the overpass up here, there's like an overturned sunken boat with a big red hull sticking up out of the water. So I think that looks pretty good. So, for those of you who are sticking around, I am just curious to see what the hell is going on at Caldera. So I'm going to go down. I'm going to go out and have a look-see. Just because I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. My guess is what's happening is that my tower was attacked because Ada is now there. Because I have a follower stationed there, it became sort of eligible for attack, if you will. And I'm guessing that that's what's happening. And when I get back there, I'm also guessing that what I'm going to discover is that my generators are on fire. That's probably what's happening there. So that's what I'm thinking. So I feel pretty good about this. So let's put a fork in that. Let's consult our map. So, yeah. I'm going to want to be heading straight across here. This is going to take us straight towards Caldera, and this is where the trouble is. You can see I've got one follower there. That's because I sent Ada there. We encountered her during the story. And sent her there because I wasn't ready to deal with the Mechanist yet. But I got to tell you, the Mechanist is really getting on my nerves at this point. So man, I wish I could get across here. There's no way up there. Well, we might have to take a swim. Otherwise, it's a long jog down to the next bridge that way. I suppose I could go down this way. Not much better, but at least it's pointed more towards downtown. Hope everybody is doing well. I'm doing pretty good. Gotten a couple episodes of Billy's story out this week, which has been good. I wasn't sure I was going to be able to accomplish that or not. And I've got, as I said before, I've got content banked for the next one, which I'm pretty sure I should be able to get that together for release probably late tomorrow afternoon, perhaps. So that's what I'm shooting for anyway. As far as the Ashes stories go and stuff like that, those stories are definitely continuing. But here's the thing with that is that I sort of have to strike when the iron's hot. If the muse is upon me, if I'm inspired to create something, I got to go with it. And right now, all the ideas that are coming to me are associated with Billy's story at the moment. So rather than suppressing those, tucking them away, and risking they may never come back again, I'm creating the stories that I'm inspired to create at the moment. And I will tell you that that's kind of how I operate. And my attention will vacillate back to Ashes before long, and that's where my inspiration will be. And I'll switch back and forth between these. So I'll get hot on one and cold on another, and it'll switch. So that's kind of where we're at right now. I've got lots of ideas having to do with Billy's storyline, and only a few ideas on the Ashes ones. And that's kind of how it works for me. I've said it before that I don't write anything. I used to, but I don't anymore. So the ideas for the stories kind of grow organically, and they're sort of stream of consciousness in a way. And all the dialogue is kind of spoken in the moment, impromptu. improvisational, I guess is the right word for it. So I don't write anything down. So the ideas are in my head, and I capture the ideas in video as they emerge, as opposed to writing them down in an outline or something like that. So as you can imagine, working that way, I have to be aware of the fact that if I take something and attempt to put it on the shelf, unless I plan on writing everything down, that idea could go away pretty quickly, almost as quickly as it shows up. So, you know, when a story's hot, I just roll with it, and then knowing full well that at some point I'll hit a roadblock or a question in Billy's story that'll cause me to pause, and during that pause, I'll pick up ashes again, and we'll just kind of keep moving around these things. There was a time when I attempted to try and do things, say the way that Rykon does, where he has a published schedule, right? And he says things like, oh, on Tuesday I'm releasing this story, and Wednesday I'm releasing this story. And I don't know if he still does it, but he used to have it so detailed that he actually had the time of day that these things would be published even. Pretty amazing. And I mean, I find Rykon to be really amazing for that reason. I mean, he's so good, and he's very, very disciplined. And I'm not. I'm not disciplined. So I kind of do this stuff as the muse ebbs and flows, right? And right now,
What the hell was that?
Billy's my muse at the moment. He's the one who's inspiring me, and there's something about the emotion contained in his story that is timely for me right now. So I'm just capitalizing on it while it's here. So that's kind of how it's happening.
Who's there?
But I thought it would be helpful if I explained that.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Hell yeah, I'm chasing you with a bat. Hell yeah.
Hi. I'm chasing you with a submachine gun, motherfucker. You want some? How about you? Come on out of there, you chicken shit. It's coming down. Your funeral. Wow, there's a lot of action down here right now. It's gunfire everywhere. I'm assuming that some of this might be Ada. Look up there. Do we see any smoke? Oh yeah, look at that. There's smoke coming from my generators, god damn it. All right. Oh, this guy's pissing me off. Good night. Okay, we got to get up there. So I'm interested to see where Ada is camping out, though, because followers can't get up there. Unless she was somehow maybe the game like fast traveled her up there, perhaps. That's possible. But I've done play testing with Kate as a follower, and if I send her here to Caldera, she hangs out. She will hang out in this area, which is the area that I originally deployed the workshop when I set up the camp. She'll just hang in this area till I come back. So I would be really surprised if Ada is actually up in the hideout. That would be crazy to me. Okay. Yeah, Fleet's story ended because I had a personal crisis. I had a personal crisis, and I couldn't do Fleet anymore, and I had to take a year off. And after taking a year off from the story, I couldn't pick it up again. I was just done. The idea of picking up Fleet's story was frustrating, and it seemed like I was doing an injustice to the character. I just couldn't do it anymore. So, yeah, I took a full year off of producing any videos. So while my channel has been around for nearly 5 years, there was a whole year of that where I wasn't producing any content. Missed my jump. Okay, let me focus on this quick. I hope that answers your question, but if you dig deep into the archives of CouchWarrior TV, you will find a channel update video in which I describe in detail what my personal crisis was. And I don't have any qualms about talking about it. I made a whole video about it and kind of talked in detail about why I was doing what I was doing. So it was just a difficult time. And, you know, it just felt like after a year, I had lost the creative spark I had for that character and that character's story. So like what I was just talking about how I got to go where the muse is striking me. Well, by the time I got done with a year off from the channel and came back to it again, I felt like it was time for a new chapter. There was no muse left in me where Fleet was concerned, as much as I liked the character. The other thing that happened, I think, as well, is that, look at those motherfuckers. Blew up my generator. Ooh. Okay. I lost my train of thought there. I'll get it back, don't worry. God, it feels like forever since I've been back here. Okay, let's go see what's going on with that. So, yeah, go and dig through it. But, I mean, one of the things that I determined as well is that that style of storytelling was not the right style for me at all. In other words... Okay, can I activate this one? Yeah, bitches. That's why I got a backup generator. Ha 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 ha. That's right. Billy, prepared. Do I actually have it hooked up? Is it powering anything at the moment? Let's go look. That was kind of where I determined that writing scripts was not what I wanted to be doing. You know? And the style of storytelling with Fleet was very script heavy. So I was spending a lot of time writing. And I just determined that that was not a good thing for me to be doing. Okay, this one I'm going to repair. There we go. I don't want to scrap my door. Okay. All right, lights back on. Okay, did they knock out anything else? I don't think I have anything else here to knock out, except maybe... Well, no, I don't even have any turrets, I don't think. Let's take a look and see if my security system works. It does. I put a pressure plate here at every entry point, and each one has a speaker with a different tone. So when someone hits the pressure plate, based on the tone that I hear, I know which door someone is infiltrating, right? Now, again, this shit doesn't happen in game. Nobody infiltrates like that, especially in a spot like this where I don't think I'm going to be directly attacked. You know, it's not like mobs of raiders are going to just spawn on the opposite building. But for the sake of roleplay, I love doing that shit. Just figuring out how that stuff works. So, let's see. Did I have anything in the workshop? Did they steal stuff? I don't know. Probably. I had a ton of shit. Let's see. Yeah, they stole a shitload of stuff. They stole a shit ton of stuff. Where's Ada? God damn it. Where did she end up? That is annoying. Okay, let's close that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they stole a lot of stuff. Although I don't know where Ada is. She's probably down on the street somewhere milling around, shooting it out with raiders or gunners or some shit like that, would be my guess. So, but I have no way of knowing where she is unless I get down there and start searching house to house. Which I'm not going to do. I've got my infrastructure is still all here, so I'm not gonna sweat it. Oh, here, this is where I've used those pipes as well for ventilation. Again, you can see the texture issue. So I try to put the pipes down low over the fire barrels, so it's not quite so obvious what's going on. You're asking, did I console in all the materials I used to build with? No, not all of them. But like I said before, when I'm building, I'm building in God mode. So when you're in God mode, materials are a non-issue. You just build and build and build whatever you want. So what I did initially was I went through and I scrapped the entire area. And then after that, I built as much as I could with what I had. The thing that you have to understand specifically about Chesco's Conquest mod, though, is that it, depending on where you decide to build, the amount of stuff that you can scrap is really, really limited. Even if you're using a mod like Scrap Everything, I'm using Scrap Everything, and what I discovered about Scrap Everything is it allows me to scrap everything, but only inside the vanilla designated settlement areas. If I start building using Chesco's mod outside of those default areas, there's very, very little that you can scrap. Stuff that you think like normally you could scrap, you can't. So when I originally started building here, there was almost nothing that I could scrap. There were 2 cars that I could scrap, 2 or 3 street signs, a couple of stoplights, and a couple of grocery carts, and that was it. And you can't build dick with that. So what I did is I thought about my story, and in my story, the guy who owns the building that we are building on top of, or used to own it, his name was Harvey, and he was the boyfriend of Billy's grandmother. And so Billy elected to build on top of this building because it was Harvey's, because he was familiar with the building, and because he knew that Harvey was building a bomb shelter on the roof of this building. So he built here because he already knew there was some infrastructure. And in my story, basically what I explained in my story is that Billy went down inside this building and pulled the materials out from inside the building that he needed to build on the roof. So he broke down furniture, he took down piping that wasn't being used, he took, you know, any wood that he could find, you know, junk like that, and you know, shit from the boiler room, whatever he could find, and he used that to build on the roof. So that's kind of how my story laid out, and that's how I role play. I mean, if I'm role playing a character, I come up with an idea in my head about how I want to do something, and as long as the story is cohesive in my brain, I don't give a shit about anything else. If it means I go into God mode and I build something that makes me happy, then that's what I do. And so, in the context of the Saint Billy storyline, that's what we understand is happening, is that Billy took the materials from inside the building when he gutted the inside of the building, and he used those to construct his little fortress on the roof. That's kind of how that worked out. Okay. Now, here's a little sneak preview for something that we're going to see coming up in the story. Okay. Hang on. Gotta make this jump. This is Billy's pitching machine. Okay. And this is Don Bosco Technical High School that we see here, which is obviously right adjacent to our location. It looks like there's been some kind of a battle that's gone on here recently, but Billy has not dealt with these people yet. But if you were listening to the radio broadcast earlier, there was a Raider update in which he specifically mentioned the leader here at Don Bosco, whose nickname is Bosco, Bosco, and threatened that he was going to deal with the guy. One of the things that we find at this location is a dog. It is a dog that is very aggressive and mean and nasty. It's a guard dog, but in the story, Billy has a soft spot for the dog because the Raiders aren't taking care of it. He knows that the dog would attack him if he got close, so he creates a pitching machine, which he fills with mole rat meat, and he uses the pitching machine to feed the dog. And that's part of the story, and we'll be hearing about that in the near future, but I've rigged up a pressure plate as an on-off switch, and then I filled it up with mole rat meat, and it just launches mole rat meat down into the area where the dog normally hangs out. The interesting thing here is it looks like there's a battle that's gone on here, and it's quite possible the dog is dead at this point. But that's kind of how I'm using it in the story. I thought that was kind of fun. So, any other questions? I don't know. I don't know if Conquest allows me to do that or not. At this point, I'm not really too concerned about it because I do like the idea of connecting supply lines, but almost all of the Conquest settlements that I'm building are settlements that are going to be nearly completely inaccessible to followers. And that's because I like building small places in out-of-the-way spots and stuff like that. I do plan on taking on a follower at some point. I haven't decided who that's going to be yet, but when that time comes, I'm probably going to take some steps to make the tower here accessible. What will Billy think of the Brotherhood of Steel? I don't know. I'll decide that when I get there. I haven't decided what Billy is going to think of them yet. It depends on what he thinks of their philosophy. I mean, as I see Billy right now, I don't think he would like them. I think he would have a problem with the Brotherhood of Steel. So, but that's not to say that, you know, it'll always be that way. Who knows? The way that I look at it is that Billy's attitude toward these different organizations is a changing thing. You know, if Billy is going to be in favor of an organization or is going to join an organization, that organization has to prove something to him. He has to prove that they're worth it, that they're worth dealing with. And Billy's got a certain set of ideals that he's trying to live up to. So if the Brotherhood of Steel quest line presents in a way that Billy would find favorable, then yeah, he may find them interesting. He may side with them or whatever. But based on what I know of them so far, and based on where Billy is at as a character currently, I would say probably not at the moment. I don't think that he would have a lot of respect for that organization, because what we've seen of Billy is that he has a problem. He has a problem with bureaucracy. He has a problem with authority. He has a problem with people telling other people what to do, stuff like that. And he would be really critical of their agenda, I think, seeing their agenda as being very self-serving. So I don't think that he would buy what they were selling right now, personally. That's my opinion. But again, as I said, characters are always changing and evolving, so that might change. It just depends on circumstance. And as I mentioned before too, the story is, it's, well, that's interesting, somewhat stream of consciousness, right? So I don't have any hard and fast plan that says, and then at this stage in the story, Billy is going to join the Brotherhood of Steel. I don't think about that. I don't think that far ahead. What the adventure in all of this for me is that I don't know what's going to happen. And that is a cool thing to do in Skyrim, but it's even more cool for me to do it here in Fallout 4, because I literally don't know. I don't know the details of the quest lines. So I don't know what's going to happen, which means in this story I have even less clue how it's going to end than I have in my Skyrim stories, because the Skyrim stuff I know forwards and backwards. So he has not been running all over the place to find his son because it's not his son, and he's conflicted about it. He believes that Sean is a product of Nora's infidelity while he was away at the war. And so he's got very mixed feelings about Sean, and he has some resentment towards Nora. And a reflection of that is his dragging his feet. He said that he was going to go find Sean, and he will go find Sean. But he's in this mode right now where he's conflicted about what to do about Sean. And I think that for him, not going to Diamond City is probably kind of a subconscious avoidance of something that's painful to him. So yeah, I addressed the whole Ashes thing earlier. Ashes is not over. I don't consider it to be on hiatus. I don't consider it to be end of season or anything like that. It's just that St. Billy is where the inspiration is coming right now. So I'm gonna make videos while the inspiration is hot, and then when Billy cools off, Ashes will pick up again. It also gives me some time to sit down and think about what the next level of story progression is going to be. These stories are always easy at the beginning, but it's when all the storylines and side quests start to converge that they become more difficult to produce, and I have to start thinking through how the things are going to connect together. So it gives me a little bit of time to think about that too. Billy's story is still early, in the early stages, which means it's still fairly linear, which is pretty easy for me to deal with. So yeah, I don't know. It could have been, you know, if you go back and listen to, I think it's the second episode, not the prologue, but the very first video episode. The prologue was audio only. But if you go and listen to episode 1, is it 1? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's his monologue in episode 1 where he talks about having come home from Anchorage after you know, being out in the field for 15 months to find Nora with an infant. But he also talks about how she was really, really insistent that it was his child. You know, that it was absolutely his child, that she hadn't been with any other men. And you can hear as Billy tries to puzzle through that, right? He knows that it's physically impossible for it to be his child, but there's also part of him that has a hard time believing that Nora could lie to him. And so he puzzles over it, he thinks about it, he's conflicted about it a lot, but he doesn't know what to believe. So if you go back and listen to that, you kind of get some clues as to what his psychology around all this, what his brain and his heart are telling him, you know. Artificial insemination would do the trick. She would have had to have done that without his knowledge, however, so... Yeah, I mean, we don't know a whole lot about Billy's friends yet. We know that he had a group of friends that he ran with that were kind of the equivalent of, you know, biker thugs, probably. One of the things that he mentions in that same episode, in the first video episode, is that he got into trouble with the law, and in an effort to kind of change his life around, he enlisted in the military, and being in the military was part of his effort to reinvent himself. And so one thing that we can surmise from that is that the guys that he was running with were probably bad news. You know, and we can tell from some of his monologues and stuff like that he was obviously the kind of person who liked to fight, who liked to get into scraps, who liked to smoke and drink and be rowdy and, you know, probably do unsavory things with his friends because it was cool or it was fun or whatever. And then he got to a point in his life at some point that will probably be, the circumstances will probably be explained in the story as we go forward. But at some point he came to the realization that if he was going to change his life, he needed to completely cut himself off from what he had been doing previously. And, you know, then we see this whole enlisting in the army and a lot of different things happen then. And I believe that Billy is a person who found purpose in the military. And that is also where perhaps he began to realize that he was capable of good things and that he wasn't a worthless person. So I got into a conversation recently with someone in the comments who said that Billy initially came off as, you know, kind of a jerk or a no-good type of person, but that
What? Who's there?
that he was seeing glimmers of a hero, right? And I agree. I mean, I think that in his heart, I think that Billy is a hero. You know, I think he's capable of a lot of good, and I think what we've seen of him so far in the story is that he's actually done a lot of good in the Wasteland. He's had a big impact, and he's only been in the Wasteland for a couple of months. you know. So I think there's something of a little bit of, you know, kind of an inspirational story to Billy and what he's doing. But from his monologues and, you know, things like that, you can tell that he is a person who's kind of self-deprecating. He thinks of himself as a no-good person. He thinks of himself as a person who has nothing to give. But continually he keeps demonstrating through his actions the opposite.
What the hell was that?
And I think part of that gets to who he is as a person in his core, right? He expresses great undying love for his grandmother and, you know, for Nora and, you know, stuff like that. And he does lots of good things and stuff like that. So at his core, he must be a decent person. But also there's the whole driving force of Nora and Nora's impact, ongoing impact on his life, even though she's dead, you know? So I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's exactly right. He's a good person who's been through a lot of bad. And when you think about it, one of the things that we haven't even discussed yet is we've established in the story that one of the characteristics of Billy is that he mentions more than once being raised by his grandmother, which begs the question, what about his mother and father? What happened to them? What happened in his childhood that he would have to be raised by his grandmother? We haven't even answered that question, but my guess is whatever it was, it had a big impact on who he became as an adult and how he thinks of himself. You know, I mean, all that stuff, all that kind of stuff matters. So we'll see some of that bear itself out, I suppose, in the story too. But again, I don't have any specific plan. I lay the groundwork,
What the?
and I give myself plenty of fertile ground to work with. And then I just see what comes,
Just noise. Just noise.
which I think is more interesting. So I think that's kind of a fun way to do it. Wonder if I can knife this guy.
The jet will make you jittery. Guess she was right. What the fuck was that?
I knifed the shit out of that guy. One of the other things that I have not really addressed is VATS, the issue of VATS. I'm really not a big lover of VATS, and you'll notice that the only time I go into VATS is when I go into it by accident. So I'm thinking about it, and I'm trying to think of the circumstances in which I would use VATS, because I think there's some really great perks that are kind of reliant on VATS or influence VATS in interesting ways. So I'm still kind of on the fence about how I'm going to use it. I think if I do use it, I'm going to use it in some very specific ways. Like maybe I'll use VATS only associated with melee combat, or melee combat, excuse me. People hate it when I say melee. So I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to use VATS. Not a huge fan, but I figure it's got to play a role at some point. So I think I would probably just consider limiting the way that I use it. So, okay. Yeah, thanks, Daniel. I appreciate that. To me, that's part of the adventure. Like, what I think is cool is I feel like the sweet spot for me is somewhere like a mix between a story and a role play. I mean, if people were, when people ask me what it is that I do, I always describe it as a story. I will always, first and foremost, describe it as a story. But the way that the story evolves is another matter entirely. And while it would be one way that a person could do it, of course, is to kind of write down what's going to happen, and just follow it and say, I'm going to do these quests and they're going to be chained together in this way and they're going to have this meaning or this purpose, and all that kind of stuff. And that's one way to do it. But the way that I like to do it is to have an idea of the direction I'm going, but really focus on getting in touch with the character, understanding who the character is, what their motivations are, what their weaknesses are, what their desires are,
Hey, I think someone's out there.
how
Did you
they
hear that?
how they think, and all of that stuff, and then just have a very, very rough outline
All clear.
of the actual story, and then just allow it to evolve inside of that framework. Because I think what I like about that is it preserves a little adventure and mystery for me as well, which I think is kind of cool and important. And I think it's kind of a unique thing that to be able to tell a story where you don't know exactly everything that's going to happen. So it means that there's plenty of mystery for everybody who's watching, but there's also some mystery for me and some excitement, and it helps to keep me engaged in the story because I know that I've got a rough idea of how things are happening, but I could turn a corner and I could encounter a situation that might turn my entire story on its head. I never know for sure. And that kind of mystery, I think, keeps me engaged as well as makes it interesting for everyone else, because then it goes from being just a story to sort of almost being like an experiment that we're all participating in, which I think is kind of cool.
Someone there?
I like that idea a lot. So one of the things that I have mentioned on Discord, but I haven't really announced officially yet, is that on September 15th, which is a Friday, at 3 p.m., which I guess by that time would be Central Standard Time, we are having another CouchWarrior panel discussion. And this discussion is going to be focused on new media storytelling. And what new media storytelling is, to me, is telling a story to an audience with all these kinds of new things that we have available. New ways of telling a story using YouTube and using gaming platforms and using podcasts. And, everybody is obviously accustomed to watching movies and reading books, but there are other ways to tell stories. And there are more and more people who are using YouTube and gaming frameworks and video and audio production tools to tell stories. And I think that's pretty fucking exciting. And I've not known what to call this for some time. So I just kind of came up with this term, new media storytelling, and that's what I refer to it as. But, I mean, I don't know what else to call it. And so we're going to talk about that topic, and we're going to cover a lot of different things. We're going to cover YouTubers who are telling stories like this. We're going to talk about YouTube as a storytelling platform. We're going to talk about production tools. We're going to talk about the role of these different gaming platforms and what makes them strong for storytelling. We're also going to be talking about the modding community and not only what mods are good for storytelling and for role play, but specifically about the people who create some of these mods, the frame of mind that they're in or what they're thinking about when they create them. And so I think what's really exciting is that this is going to be a panel discussion that is going to include myself, These mines aren't going off, I'm assuming, because I'm in God mode. It's going to include CouchWarrior, Joe, Panicked Monk. We will be having Matt there, who will be working the soundboard to kind of keep everything running smoothly. Jessa will be attending. We will have Michael from Gamer Poets. We will have Richard, Dark Fox, 127 will be in attendance. Cal from Dirty Weasel will be in attendance. And Rycon will be in attendance. And all of us are going to be talking like crazy about this stuff. So I think that's going to be really exciting. I mean, that to me, that's the idea of having all of those people kind of in the same panel discussion talking about role play, to me, is super exciting. So I'm very stoked about that. And we'll talk about a lot of this shit in there. Why does Billy eat irradiated food when the game mechanics allow for creating safe food? Because Billy doesn't know any better. That's why. Billy doesn't know any better. To this point in the story, I don't believe he's been exposed to anyone who's told him this or explained this to him. So he's eating whatever is fucking available and making up for it with chems, pretty much. So, you know, I guess that's the answer to that. Yeah, I don't know what that check mark means, Ted. Must mean you're special. It's possible, actually, it's possible that we may have flagged you, Ted, as someone who can actually put URLs into chat. That could be. I'm not sure. So, yeah, because if you're verified with us, that means that we're someone, you're a person who we trust when it comes to doing things like pasting URLs into chat or, you know, things like that. And we've done that with a few people over the years. So that may be it. So I am almost back to the place where Billy started this evening, which is the hamlet of Malden. That's where the story leaves off. Yeah, I don't usually swear in my videos, but that's who Billy is. Don't get me wrong, I love swearing. I do love swearing. Oh, just something so satisfying about throwing out the F word sometimes feels so good. But it's not something that I typically do in my videos. The Ashes series is intended to be safe for kids and safe for work. But when it came to Billy's story, it was hard for me to imagine Billy as a person expressing himself in any other way, given his background and where he came from, and all of that. So, yeah, he cusses a lot. I mean, I cuss a lot in those, but I mean, he uses the F word like filler. You know, like some people say like all the time or whatever when they're talking. He almost uses the F word as filler. And I've known people like that. I've known quite a few people like that, actually. So there's part of me that kind of understands where he's coming from with that. Yeah, diggity darn diggity, yeah, it doesn't really cut it. Yeah, swearing is stress relieving, proven fact. As long as it is not demeaning way, in a demeaning way, it's perfectly fine in my opinion. I totally agree. I agree. I don't know. Maybe it's my age or whatever, but I've kind of gotten to a point where is as long as I'm not doing something that hurts someone else, I'm tired of apologizing for stuff. And I think part of the reason why I put the story together the way that I did is because I wanted Billy's. It was essential to me that Billy's story was genuine, that it felt genuine. And the idea of Billy speaking that way felt genuine. However, there is an interesting twist to that, right? In that you'll notice when he does his Hey Nora segments, he doesn't swear very much in his Hey Nora segments. The only time that he swears in the Hey Nora segments is when he's under duress, when he's ticked off or something like that. Then he will swear in those segments. But I tend to think that in part that is a reflection of him, I think, denying himself in her presence, as if when he was in the presence of Nora, when he was in the presence of his wife, fiancée, girlfriend, he felt compelled to act like someone other than who he really was. And I think there's something really interesting about that. And I think it gets back to this idea that we get sort of the impression of Billy that he has, in his past, and maybe still does to some degree, feel as if he was not good enough for Nora, and in order to be good enough for her, he had to be someone other than who he really was when he was around her. He had to pretend that he was not from the street. He had to pretend that he was, someone else. Or maybe not all of himself, right? So in a way that's kind of sad, because he's denying who he really is because he thinks he has to do that in order for someone to love him. And I think that's an important distinction. So when you listen to those, think about that a little bit and notice when he does swear. When he does swear in his Hey Nora segments, it's because he's under duress. And one of the most recent ones we heard was his questioning Nora about where she was. Was she in heaven? And he sounded angry, really angry. It was kind of a reflection of him being angry with God, being angry with his situation, being upset that Nora was gone and he was still here. And some of that came out, I think, as, I don't know, I guess distress, And then he was swearing. He was swearing in anger in her presence, kind of revealing who he really was, So anyway, I think that's kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, that'd be fun if Mama Murphy could have a swear jar. Although I'm guessing she might be so doped up she doesn't care. I'd almost be more inclined to see Preston setting up a swear jar. He seems like pretty straight-laced of what I've seen of him so far. So I feel like Billy is more himself around Mama Murphy than he is around Preston. His relationship with Preston seems to be very businesslike. And he's talked about that in episodes as well, where Preston has a role and Billy has a role. And everything is going to work smoothly as long as they each fulfill their roles and they don't try and cross over. And I think the roles that they fill are also a reflection of their personalities in a way where, Billy is kind of like this solitary figure out wandering the wasteland, doing the dirty work. But there's something inspirational about what he does, even though he maybe doesn't intend it to be. It is, because he's attracting people to the settlements. He's making people believe that there's hope. whereas Preston is more buttoned down and organized and well-spoken and, you know, stuff like that. And he's, you know, back at the settlement, organizing things and managing people and setting up guard shifts and, you know, stuff like that. Kind of a lot of the stuff that I guess maybe a mayor would do in a way. And I think that that role suits his personality, which is just kind of a thing that fell together. So it's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, and we've Daniel, I was just reading yours. In Billy's defense, I think it's all right for him to swear when talking to Nora because of the Sean fiasco. Yeah. Yeah, I think if you were to take all of the Hey Nora segments and string them out, what you would see is a man who's very confused and very conflicted about how he feels about Nora. We've had at least a couple of those segments where he expresses resentment towards her, and we've had some where he talks about really missing her and feeling like he's going to fall apart, you know, and all this kind of stuff, and how he's, you know, hanging by a thread because of his memories of Nora. And he also talks about how she was a good person and how he's trying to live up to what he thinks she would do in this situation with distributing water for free and, you know, doing all of these things. But at the same time, we know that he harbors in his heart these questions about her integrity because of what he sees as this infidelity, right? So it's complicated, but I think it's real. It's pretty cool. Okay, I haven't been paying attention to story very well. Is there a system that was used in Fleet's story with the moral chart? Okay, so you're talking about like the psychological profile. No. With Billy, I'm not using a psych profile. I eventually abandoned using the psychological profile because there were too many holes in the psychological profile. And with Billy, I focused more on trying to flesh out his personality through I guess, traits, more or less. So here's the basic gist of it. I'll give you like the basics of how the things I'm thinking about when I put together Billy. So when I'm thinking about a story, I'm thinking about the character is going from kind of what they consider at a given time to be normal, and the destination is a new normal. So when we talk about Billy, I'm looking at it as, for him, normal was living in the normal world, living in suburbia, and the new normal is coming to terms with the fact that he lives in this wasteland and it's not going away and he needs to learn how to cope. That's the new normal. So the first thing I'm looking at is that journey. What is the journey? We're starting from normal to new normal and to figure out what those things are. And that's the basic setup of, you know, that's this huge broad framework, right, that the character is going to be changing within. So then I got to think about how do I characterize who Billy is as a character. And so the first thing I'm thinking about is this character journey from the old normal to the new normal, and trying to understand, okay, is this character ready to take the journey? Do I know what I need to know about this character so that he can take this journey? And what do I need to know about him? I need to know some things about psychologically about him. I need to know, you know, is he psychologically ready? Is he morally ready for the journey? And what I mean by that is, do I understand enough about Billy from a psychological perspective to be able to tell a story about him? And do I understand enough about Billy, his morality? And so by breaking it down like that, what do I understand about him psychologically and morally? I can start to answer some questions, right? And I kind of start with some really basic stuff to say, to try and figure out what are his vulnerabilities, because ultimately what I want to do is figure out what are his vulnerabilities so that I can start building around those things. The problem with the psychological profile is it lays out stuff like loyalty and selfishness and cruelty, and then you give a rating. So what is your character's loyalty? Is it low, some, total, none, right? That kind of thing. Well, that's great and everything, but loyal to what? That's the problem. I mean, all of this stuff is on a continuum, right? You can have a character who is totally loyal to one person, but not loyal at all to another. And you could say the same thing for their loyalty toward an organization, right? And so when you start looking at it that way, it becomes, the psychological profile becomes way too shallow, unless you're prepared to make 10 or 12 different psych profiles for different circumstances, and that just starts to seem clunky. So I think what we need is a much more organic way to try and get in touch with who a character is. So usually I start with this question of what's their vulnerability, and that's basically asking the question, what about the character is broken? What's the flaw? And the story, the journey for the character is about attempting to fix whatever that flaw is in some way. I mean, that's kind of the meta, So when I look at Billy, there's a couple of different things, right? But one example would be what is broken about Billy? His relationship with forgiveness is broken. He has trouble with forgiveness. And so we see this, right? He goes back and forth on how he feels about Nora. This is a reflection of his struggle with whether or not he can forgive her. One minute it seems like he has, and then the next minute it seems like he's full of anger and resentment. We see the same thing about his feelings towards organizations and bureaucracy and cultural constructs, stuff like that, societal constructs, I guess, where, he knows rationally that science in and of itself is not a bad thing, but we hear him lashing out at organizations that he feels are responsible for science that may have compromised the world that he used to know, right? Stuff like that. So I think about, what's broken about him and how does that stuff manifest itself? Is it guilt? Is it shame? What is it? What's broken? And then I think about, as a person then, how is he dealing with this brokenness? How is he self-medicating? Because he has such a struggle with this idea of forgiveness, especially when it comes to Nora. How is he self-medicating? Well, there's the obvious stuff, right? I mean, he smokes. Probably he smokes too much. He probably drinks too much, although he's not addicted to chems yet. It's a danger for him, right? But I think the other way that Billy self-medicates is that he engages in a lot of violence. He distracts himself through violence, and he isolates himself. He doesn't like being back at Sanctuary for too long. If he stays back amongst those people for too long, he's afraid that he's going to start caring about them. He's going to start caring about what's going on in their lives, and he would rather not know, right? So he self-medicates by secluding himself, by being solitary, by isolating himself, which means he's out running around the wasteland all the time. And he's saying that he's doing it because he's trying to help people, but in a large part, he's doing it because he's self-medicating, because he has this problem with forgiveness. He doesn't want to think about all that shit, right? So he's doing what he's doing. So, I think about stuff like that. And then when it comes to actual tools, again, just kind of putting down on a piece of paper some really basic information that's biographical information. So I needed to know some basic stuff so I could tell the story and he would seem like a real character. So I was kind of like, okay, let's see. Pretty smart in high school, but got in a lot of trouble, right? Was really into hockey. He's got some sports heroes. Raised by his grandmother. Grew up in Back Bay. Just really basic stuff like that. Not like a whole narrative history, but just the basics. And then from there, it was a vignette. Making a character vignette. And for me, the prologue was the vignette. When I recorded the prologue, that was the first time I'd ever heard Billy's voice. And it was the first time that I'd ever heard, I'd ever considered anything about Billy's feelings about religion and stuff like that. And so I did that little vignette, and sometimes a dialogue, in my opinion, a dialogue situation is the best thing that you can do to try and get in touch with who a character is. So that's a super long answer to that question, but I abandoned using the psych profile a long time ago just because it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. And Joe and I have talked about it at length. We actually talked about the idea of bringing back the psych profile and trying to mod the psych profile in such a way that it would be more effective as a guideline. But we haven't really gotten around to it, and it's possible that we may do that as a future episode of the podcast. But yeah, it's a struggle, I think just stick to the basics. And again, I'm saying don't put together an exhaustive biography, but if that's what you want to do that, right? I do it the way that I do it because I want the character's background to be defined enough that he feels real, but open enough that I still have the freedom to add things in if I become inspired, right? Like if I put out a 5-page document explaining his whole personal history since he was born to the moment that the adventure started, I would be leaving myself with no wiggle room to add additional things in later that would give him color. So that gives me the flexibility. So if something happens in the game that I want to tie into his personality or background, I have the flexibility to do that, right? So that's kind of why I do that. But anyway. Boy. So yeah, super long answer to that question, but it is what it is, I guess. Blah blah. Yeah, he's got a very interesting view on science. Like I said, I think, probably in his heart, Billy knows that that's an irrational point of view, that it's not science that's bad, that it's people that are bad, and they can use, you can use anything for bad purposes. But one of the things that we understand about Billy is that he's got a real problem with authority, and he's got a big problem with bureaucracy. He's talked about bureaucracy as well, about how he doesn't want the Minutemen to turn into a bureaucracy, because as soon as it does, people start using the bureaucracy as an excuse to basically ignore moral questions. So they can say, yeah, it was okay to, everybody in that village died, but it wasn't my fault. It was the bureaucracy that made the decision, and I was powerless to change it, or I was just following orders, or some other excuse, right? And the way that he looks at the world now is he looks around and says, all of this shit that surrounds me right now, all of this destruction was caused by bureaucracy, was caused by the fact that people got together in big groups, whether it was religious, cultural, business, military, and they made a bunch of decisions that were detrimental to the world that he doesn't think would have happened if people were forced to take personal responsibility for their decisions. right? So he sees bureaucracy as the enemy. He sees bureaucracy as the real, true enemy. And science is a part of that bureaucracy. There is a science bureaucracy the same way there is a religious or governmental bureaucracy. So that's kind of Billy's view on the world right now is he looks at this fucked up situation and he says, you know, this wouldn't have happened if people had been forced to own their decisions. If there was someone, you know, if there was someone who was
Someone there?
forced to own the decision to take some of these heinous actions or whatever, then they might have been more likely not to do it, you know, or something. Where's the firefight here? Should we go get involved? Oh, I bet it's robots. Because I thought I heard like a little motor running or something like that. Oh, yeah, okay. It's these rust devils. Is it rust? Who are they fighting, though? Are they fighting each other? I mean, they took a couple pot shots at me, but... That's crazy. It almost looks like two groups of rust devils fighting each other. Huh. I don't know what the hell's going on. I seriously can't tell who's fighting who. That's crazy. All right, well, I am going to... Let's play. Let's play.
I want this one's head.
Ooh, mine? You can't have my head. Who the fuck? Gotcha. I mean, they're both using laser pistols. Who are you? Yeah, energy weapons. Suck it. All right. Okay, let's see who this is. Oh, is it Gunners? Oh, I bet you it's Gunners and Rust Devils. That would make sense, right? You know, the Rust Devils are scary as hell. When I was doing my play testing, I was in Diamond City, and there's a major road leading into Diamond City, and I saw a bunch of people coming down the street. Like, I had never seen so many people assembled in a group. And I looked at that group through my scope, and it was a group of Rust Devils marching down the middle of the street with, you know, all these guns drawn, backed by a mob of robots. It was pretty intimidating. Pretty cool. Who survived this? Probably a gunner, huh? Okay. Popped his head like a melon. Another gunner. Okay, let's go see. I'm pretty sure they were fighting Rust Devils because it looked like one of them was wearing some kind of an iBot helmet or something crazy. Rust Devil. Well, the Rust Devils kind of got their asses kicked. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the idea of putting enemies in conflict with one another is a classic one. I mean, it's something that I've done with a lot of my characters. And you know, Billy will definitely get there with that, but for that technique to work, it's either based on stealth or speed or both. And so far, some of the enemies that Billy is facing are sort of really difficult to outrun, to outmaneuver, and his stealth is not good enough yet that he can kind of just literally sneak around them. So I don't know. We'll have to see how it shakes out, but definitely there have been a number of circumstances where I would have loved to have been able to do that. In a recent episode, I did run one of the robot death squads. In fact, it took place right here, where I was fighting ferals this direction, and I got attacked by a robot death squad from behind, and I just ran the robots into the ferals. And the robots made very, very fast work of the ferals for me. But that was only because, you know, that situation just dropped right in my lap. I don't know if I could have set it up, because a lot of those robots are so damn fast that I can't really outrun them. Once they're after me, I got to look for choke points and places to hide, and it becomes pretty dicey. So, all right. Okay, you wanted to know if the game rebuilds places as the game progresses, or have you done that off camera between recordings? What kind of places? Do you mean like, oh, you're probably talking about like Sanctuary, the town in Sanctuary and stuff? Yeah. How do I answer that exactly? I am doing a lot of stuff off camera, but I'm using a mod called Sim Settlements, and basically what it does is it turns it has the capability of turning your settlements basically into like a sim game. So what I did is I installed Sim Settlements, and then I used the tools in Sim Settlements to basically plot out areas of land where settlers were allowed to build structures. And then I allowed them to build their own structures. So basically what that does is it means that Billy can leave Sanctuary and he can go wander the wasteland for a couple of weeks and come back, and he will find new agricultural land, he'll find new housing structures, he'll find new businesses. So as the settlement attracts new settlers, they will automatically be assigned to open beds or open housing, and then they will start building. So there was a recent episode where at the beginning of the episode, I went out to kill some feral ghouls, and by the time I got back to Sanctuary after killing the ferals, one of the buildings in town had a second level on it that wasn't there when I left in the morning. And so that's kind of, some of that stuff is happening, but you have to get in there and set up where the plots of land are going to be. So setting up the plots of land and building the walls that went around the settlement and stuff, that was all stuff that I did off camera, because in my story, it's not Billy that's doing that work. It's the people in the village who are doing the work. It's Preston who's doing the work while Billy is gone. If I was trying to simulate Billy actually doing the work, then I might include some of that footage in the actual story. But because it wasn't Billy doing the work, I wanted him to come back and be surprised at the scale of Sanctuary. I did that stuff off camera. So That's kind of how I'm doing it. And then there's a lot of building, like the building I did tonight. I'm doing that off camera as well because, I mean, each one of the things that I built tonight took at least an hour or maybe a little more to create. And that's not something that I want to do on camera in the story because it's just not conducive to good storytelling, right? It's not. I don't want people to get sidetracked from the story because they're watching me run around doing a bunch of clunky building. I'd rather do that in a live stream or something like that, and then have people be able to take in that footage if they want to watch it, as opposed to making it, integrating it into the story where people feel like they got to get through it, like it's drudgery before they can get back to the story. So that's kind of the model I'm following here, but, I don't know. It's keeping me from getting distracted from the story, and it's also giving me some really kind of fun content to do as live streams because the building part of it is fun. It's just fun to do, and it's kind of a lighthearted and casual thing that you can do in the context of a live stream. So that's kind of why I'm doing that. Glad you're here, by the way, Shirley. Welcome. What else? Yeah, the Sim Settlements mod is amazing, and it's very, very well done. Extremely well done, very professionally done. It's the kind of mod that you should be able to install and it not be at risk of any funk, in your saved games and stuff like that. So I've been very impressed with it. And there were a bunch of updates that rolled out for it recently that allow you to create industrial plots too, where people can start, businesses like scrap yards and stuff like that too. So, wow, like somebody bought it here. Oh yeah. So anyway, right now I'm just kicking around Malden. There's nothing really here to do right now because everything I am going to do here in Malden is going to take place as part of the story. But the next episode of St. Billy is coming out tomorrow. That'll be episode number 22. And in that episode, you're going to see, in the last episode, what we saw is that Billy got to Malden, and he had done so much fighting on the way to Malden that he had run out of supplies. And so what he decided to do was set up shop here in Malden and then explore the town and try and find as much as he could so that he could stock up on ammunition and food and whatever else he could find. So what I did is I just used the Chesco's mod once again, and I created this tiny little makeshift room here that's cut off from the rest of this abandoned building. And inside here, there's the workbench. And then during the episode, he gathers just enough supplies that he's able to build an ammunition workbench. And then he goes out and does some raiding and some fighting and recovers enough ammunition that he's able to recycle that ammunition and turn it all into 10 millimeter and somewhat replenish his ammunition supply. But in the process, he uncovers some mysteries going on inside the town of Malden. And so I think he's probably going to be in Malden for the next couple of episodes, just kind of unlocking some of the mysteries that are going on here. So there's some pretty cool stuff happening, I think. Was the legendary Deathclaw a random encounter? Yes, it was a random encounter. I was not planning that. I got into the bus and looked out the window, and there it was, and I was like, holy shit, perfect. And so when I was going through the production, I was just really looking for the most menacing music I could find or put together as a backdrop for that experience. And here's a great example. I love this question, Ted, because here is a great example of how I talk about I don't know exactly what's going to happen, and I'm just responding. I did not know that Deathclaw was going to show up. I assumed I was going to traipse across town and maybe go out the other side and keep going. I wasn't planning on stopping in Malden. But it was the confrontation with the Deathclaw that caused me to spend a lot of ammunition I wasn't planning on using. And then I was able to integrate that into the next episode of the story in, I think, a really interesting way that is going to have a long-term impact on the rest of the story. So that's kind of, I think, a great example. Hey, Clash Gaming, would you like us to kill you now? Get it over with? Unless you have a question. If you've got a specific question, that's great. So, anyway, yeah, that was a good question, Ted, because I didn't know that was going to happen, and it was kind of dramatic, and I really liked how it turned out. So, and it has a significant impact on episode 22, and caused me to explore some things that I wasn't planning on exploring. So, anyway, very cool. Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it here. I mean, I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Holy balls! There's a lot of content here, but some of the things that we discussed tonight I thought were really pretty cool. So I may extract some of the content from this discussion and actually use it. Either in a video or a podcast or something like that. There may be some other people who could benefit from some of the conversation that we had around character creation and all that kind of stuff. So you'll have to let me know what kinds of things you want to see in live streams. I'm hoping at some point to be able to do live streams on a very regular basis. I have not been able to do that now because my schedule just won't allow it. But if I can reach my goals on Patreon, I will be able to make that happen. I'll be able to move my schedule around and do some stuff like that. So, what's the name for my holstered pistol? Actually, that's, I think, at least two different mods at work there. Let me look. Okay, there's one mod is visible weapons. It's just called visible weapons. And what that does is visible weapons actually allows you, well, you got to read the directions for this mod because it requires a couple of resources. But what it does is it creates weapons as items of clothing or equipment. And then included in the description for visible weapons is a link to a mod that creates the holster. So the holster comes from a different mod than the gun model does. And then you have to set those up and configure them. But if you go on the Nexus and start out with visible weapons, you'll find all the required resources linked in the description. That'll get you to what you need. That's how I did it, so... you're welcome for the information and entertainment. And you're welcome for the delightful stream, and I'm so glad that all of you were able to attend. And I actually got some very helpful building done tonight. I got further along in building than I was planning to, so that puts me ahead on some story stuff. So I appreciate you guys sticking it out and enjoying my ramblings. So I hope you all have a really great night. I'll take you out gently. I'll take you out gently with a little bit of music, and then we'll shut her down in a little bit, okay? Thank you, everyone. I will talk to you later.
Scanning. Now I understand. You are hiding because you fear death. There you are. Gone. Found you.
Targeting. I am the victim of violence. System offline.
Hello. The sensitivity of my sensors clearly needs adjustment. On. My scanners must be malfunctioning. Hostile sensor reading detected. I was in Elor. No enemy detected. Is someone present?
Going down. Boom.
Contact. I cannot allow these attacks to continue.
Radio Free Boston. This is Raider Report. It has been reported that the raider, known as Clutch, was killed 2 days ago by an unknown
Hiding from me?
assailant
Not
along
even
with her
possible.
entire gang. It cannot be confirmed, but it is assumed that she cried like a
What the fuck was that?
In other news, the man known as Bosco, who is holed up with his gang in DB Technical High School, is reported to have contracted rabies and is killing his own people. Fortune Radio has learned from an unknown source that Bosco is going to be put down within the next 48 hours. We, the people of the Commonwealth, dear Bosco, are very sorry to hear about your plight, and we convey to you our deepest condolences. But, collectively, we all understand that putting you down is probably the most humane thing to do, given your plight. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy your last can of dog food. Give those fleas one more scratch, and it'll all be over. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to this week's Raider Report. Fortune favors the bold. Fortune favors Boston.